made it in.
Yay! Maybe your inner child has a fortress around it.
Could be.
So we got Betty, and this is Diana. She's new to the group.
Kind of foggy, but we probably don't need to be clear.
I know, I don't know how to
You're clear.
change that.
Must be a
Well, I gotta get in
But
the
you
back.
probably
I need to be in the background.
Oh, you need to be in the background?
No, I need to get in the background.
Oh. Where are you sitting at?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Music.
Yeah, wherever we want. Diana, you're looking good today.
Well, thank you. Maybe I'll start feeling better now.
There we go. Put in some light codes in.
Okay. But you can still have ribbons.
Yeah, the ribbons are.
Oh, I thought I got them out of there. Yeah, kind of
Well, I used from blockers, that's why I keep doing.
Oh, a good idea.
So that's.
Good idea. Yeah.
You know, man, Elizabeth, right?
I am too. I wasn't wanting to be, but.
Any of everyone else is gonna be late.
Katana, were you late?
No, I was actually 15 minutes early.
Shocking.
I didn't.
That week, if I came along, I would stuck it.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Oh.
Yeah.
Probably more too than what you're saying. Yes.
It probably is.
Did you feed like this? Or you already did it?
We
Did a,
Yeah, we put in her.
well, I didn't know.
Because I the third buildings. Okay, get Brett and Gail.
Didn't think of grouping my pyramid.
Oh, there are.
Yeah.
Oh. Beats. Gail gave me them, and she gave me these.
Oh,
Just if you get it fit in your hands,
yeah, they see that the way the shape is.
and then.
So the one is yeah,
I'm gonna go grab my 2000.
what is this? Green agate? Green.
No,
It's like a citrine as well. But I can't.
this is our first run. Let's start. So anyway, I have the rugs here. And one
Yeah,
of
you're.
those, to one of the lockers and then some.
So who did the painting in the Simpson Green?
Bonnie Sinclair.
Oh, Bonnie
She
Sinclair.
already
Yeah.
makes a few things.
Yeah,
and
she got it.
Make a few dollars.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Most definitely.
Shit, so.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a couple big projects that were. That it's a go.
Right.
Good morning. Good.
Yeah, I took the dark out of the bottom, so it can't see that.
I heard the guy did do so well on that. They didn't even see it now.
Oh, because.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So they left on Sunday
Uh-huh.
and
You made them return on Monday?
no, I didn't.
I'm gonna go grab another quick coffee.
Yeah, they were.
Eat it while you can.
There's no way that I could get this. And so. Pat called the person, she started getting where she's spot on Friday. Pat, oh no, she was getting worse. I like them. Yeah. Yeah, it's like we didn't do it. You know, that's nobody was there. So, I called Katana because I didn't have anybody else.
Hey, dirty little bastard went back to the side.
So I called Bruce, and I called Bruce, and I said, this is the situation, and he said. He says, let me do some checking. Did you? So he called. It's done.
It's almost just days out.
And, what he said, he said, they're not going very well, Pat, and she's weak, they can't, he's like, Morris's techniques and they work with their office, but they're not, so. I said, I told Bruce, I told Katana, I was gonna do some readings and singles. And I said, I don't have any other options at this, don't throw that because. And then North Bay didn't see us. And I said, so I don't think there's place of this. So he called back 20 minutes later and he said, well, I said, don't do that. I said, there's nothing you can do. And I said,
Well, if it's any contest, they said that the number of populations are.
he didn't see anything, they didn't see
Okay,
anything.
so-
And Mitch was there. They heard some, but it was too.
Yeah.
And so they didn't see anything.
Yeah.
Supposedly, some guys around there had seen some, but
Not the numbers that we used to be.
yeah.
That's what I'm understanding.
Well, and so,
Don't pay the ransom. Escape.
They know.
A good day, I'm not mourning anything.
Exactly, right?
Well, morning them. Grass they sprayed all day here, dude. But. We're gonna talk about it. Sure.
You're on camera, yeah.
Hey. You just need to remove it? You just need to remove it? Sure. Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
no.
You did.
She had this in the morning.
All the scale. Really thank you.
Then she would. She said, I think so on that side. Kayla.
Please scale.
That makes sense.
And we're trying, but there's a lot of things. They were all the other day, supposed to go late. Jack and Berkshire, I mean,
Yeah.
crazy Jack. Was supposed to go right to the football Saturday, and I'm like, bring it stage. No, they're kind of kids that are your sexual things, and they. I laughed yesterday with a bunch of kids.
Did you have to make sure that I think
That one. Yeah. And I went to go. Oh. That's the.
Also, years ago, oh, she's not here.
And.
Much class, and it's, well, no. It is a radio, but I said, she's not here. She's not here. The projection.
Sorry.
So I was like,
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh my God. Even if you got. And I keep watching that. Third rating. So that's. Stop being. Getting something.
she was.
Somebody wants to give me a rooster today.
Oh.
Or together.
Yeah.
So just wanted to see. This is not this. And then get you over to, and he said, oh, you're so. So he goes, please wait, I'm not.
It's me like that, though. Come on, Chris. Do like I do, claim that twin theory. I mean, he's pretty much just like me. You never see two together because we don't get along.
If you want that over there, you can step by her. Should we cut over? I got
He's a good guy.
because you can hide with people. We can't be on here. If you want to send by with me. I'll probably do science. 3 more times. And so that Mondays, you can't be behind me sometimes.
They can fend for themselves.
You know, you can spray, I asked you to spray your tail so you can. So we probably got it figured out, and then, so Mitch had it as it is. So you met on, Zoom with these guys, and you met Betty. And Justin at the soul celebration. So,
Now they get to see me.
yeah, they can see you.
It's all right.
Here, you can't say much at all.
That's the gist of it.
So what we're working today is in love, not anger. I'm angry.
How dare you say that?
Okay. Change that. But today we're working in. They're actually not homies. People over that.
Diana, you wanna introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Diana Wilson, and I live in Illinois, up near the Wisconsin border. And one of these days, I'm going to make it out to see you all. But I've lived in Chicago most of my life, and just live in the suburbs. But I'm just here to help like y'all are.
All right. Mary, you wanna introduce yourself?
My name is Mary Johnson. I live here in Lip City.
Tina Treffer, live here in Lake City.
Jennifer Schmiedron, live here. Okay, here, look, technically, I. live here. So you're locked. This is- She actually lives in this building. Pretty much. Brandon.
Brandon Ward, I live in Wallback.
Chris. Katana's my girlfriend.
Shadow Jaska, Earth, third rock from the sun.
It's funny
For
that
now.
y'all are living in, we're doing this in Loop City, and we're closing the loop in Loop City, huh? We're breaking the loop.
We are the hub of the universe. Anyway, Nebraska.
Yeah,
Mm,
we was hoping for 2 more, but they're always late, so.
They on their way.
It's about to be like-
Yeah.
But Patsy just texted me before I came down, and she said mom's having trouble with her stomach. They changed her to the antibiotic. She's having a reaction to it. Her gut's just wrecked.
So give her a big deal of nuclear boost and camel's milk.
She's drinking too much liposomal vitamin C. She wants it, and she's drinking it within 2 days. And it's like, I texted her last night because she texted me last night. And she says I need some more liposomal vitamin C. They came for a treatment Tuesday or Wednesday. Can't remember, the days are just fuzzy right now. And I made a batch for Pat because he was out, and I made a batch for her and sent it home with her. And she just guzzles it. It's like, so I texted her. I said,
Sip on it.
it's spoonful. It should be lasting. I mean, Pat has hardly barely touched his jar, and I made it the same night, and she's already done it. So that's sugar too. So it's like, what the hell? You know, and it's like, well,
Self-punishment, right? Self-punishment?
Maybe self-punishment. Would it do any good for her to like,
some card.
Has she been eating anything?
A little bit, but she was on antibiotic to start with, and switched her to the stronger one. I mean, she's doing better, she's stronger, and her scans are going through without too much. So,
well, after I listened to that deal with John B. Wells 3 weekends ago, where that guy was on and found out his sister, who was almost proposed when they took her into the hospital. Did you listen to that? That was an amazing.
Joel Wallach says the same.
That camel was, or with the tuck on. Oh,
That's a good idea.
you should put on scale.
It's a journey. It's like keep it for the kids.
Sweetener.
It's kind of very right.
Very, it's covered.
Yeah, it's not like it's similar.
So I don't know.
Okay. Would you text them and see? Oh, because they're not answering them. They're like, wow. I feel like I'm the last person.
Well, she texted me last night. He said, well, I need some more help. And some more, liposomal vitamin C. And so it's okay, but I haven't had time to make anything, because I'm all week and Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Conference in front of with Healing for the Ages with artists.
Yeah.
So that's what I was doing. didn't even make it to the store to buy anything. They had about 3 grapefruits, but haven't worked. And it's like, they didn't have anything in their phone.
Yeah. Excited that store in St. Paul. Have you been in the grocery store in St. Paul? It's amazing. They do a great job, like that's bought that land out on the highway. Oh, that talk about orange fillings. And you spurts.
It's part of what's going on. We didn't know what they were good for.
Whoever goes to the kitchen next, we can take this back, cause.
They said that one forever. It has to be at least.
Stop.
But it-
Look at
Yeah.
that picture.
Blurry.
That's exactly what I'm wondering. Why is it blurry?
I don't know.
It's dirt.
Started.
It only looks blurry when you do a close-up,
Well,
but
they
not
don't.
when you're
Okay,
sit back for some reason.
you're right. That's small. It looks
I can't
okay.
see it.
Huh?
That's weird.
That is
She
weird.
stores and.
You got a new camera. We're trying to figure out.
Mm.
Yeah.
And look at my.
Big deal. Yeah. That starts.
Who's gonna go get his glasses?
Super saver one. Yeah. In St. Paul. Are you guys able to make it this morning? I did.
Asking my son, let's see.
I do. Oh, I'm just on the beach, and I'm saying, still, I'm. Eat something.
That's all the way we can see.
Video.
Yeah. So, I mean.
Camera. To this camera. I don't know.
Good, see?
There it is. Yeah, that looks good.
It's a different camera.
We'll drop a new one later.
Mm.
Cereal.
Multiply it too. There's decision.
$15. If any.
And it's really.
Thank-
Haircut, Jerry, I just, I will order you something.
You could hear anything. Hooked up.
But I have to be, I've had a red tag, 3 or 4 other cars because of that, so
Putting,
I just don't go there. I understand it enough though,
that's why
protect myself, so
this would.
I have people.
Drone
Take
camera.
care of it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Bye.
Good luck.
He had to help her into the bathroom.
So she was really weak. We went out. I think it's just kind of. First night we went in, well, Matt stopped. A week ago, Saturday or Sunday. He was driving. And he was headed, I don't know, who's going out to Bill. And. He said.
Yeah, fine.
I didn't ask, yeah, he says. He says, well, how's in the garage? I just. Yeah, explain the situation. Me.
It's a man thing.
You have some really trouble system. Town.
It's something. Yeah. They would say.
Clear earlier.
Hmm?
Could hear them very clearly earlier.
Do we care?
I think we should get some. Even though, I mean. Well, she is a part of putting
You have
the people in there, but she doesn't have to. Basically, yeah. Okay, now then, come on.
Okay. Yeah, because I do it the other day and you took care of it.
So what it did is. It's plates.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
That's been.
Here's feedback.
Between 4 and 5.
On to the good.
It's their camera, their microphone.
Yeah.
We need to let her know.
So.
I can hear everybody else. I can't hear.
It's a little fuzzy, yeah.
Yes, I can. All right, thank you. Bye.
I think
Okay.
It's very awesome. As long as it's all culture. As long as it makes the. That's where it's easy to go.
Imagine monkey.
Stuff's all good. We're gonna ship our stuff.
No, you would want your good look.
So ship the good stuff out. Feed the crap to people.
It's.
It's like bad consumers like. You know, hey, it ain't us. Before you making what?
It's about. Like, they.
Stop your job.
That's a.
yeah.
It's like angel.
Yeah, basically. Ingredients.
The alarms go off.
She's making sure she got it.
Two. Hopefully it'll be over
Does blackjack get in molasses count as sugar?
Somehow. You can do some other stuff. Right.
I think molasses like.
It is. Yeah. You are.
A better spot.
Oh, yeah. Invitation.
Ladies, I think we've met some of you folks, but would you mind reminding me what your names are? Like, so you guys can see our names, but we can't see yours.
Introduce yourself now.
I'm Betty, and Alicia Clark. Sometimes Spirit refers to me as Alicia when I'm channeling, so you know that's me. And then this is Joseph, my partner, and we were able to come to the camping trip, so we are familiar with Mitch. Hi, Mitch. And then I helped out with the channel we did last year when we freed all of us from the frozen lake and all of us that were froze up. But at any rate, we're just glad we are able to participate. Say, Missy. What did you say?
I said Joseph does have a voice. Say hi, Joseph.
Hi.
Yes.
I'm having a
he
little
does.
trouble hearing, you, I can hear clearly, the others, it's
It's
not
fuzzy.
picking up so well.
It's like it's fuzzy for some reason.
Speak more clearly.
Kind of going in and out.
Yeah, a little bit.
I think because this bigger part.
You describe
So you can tell too, Diana? Yeah, it's kind of like it cuts in and out a little bit.
like a dog with patches of hair here and there. It's opposed to fuzzy.
Okay.
That's a good scenario. That's kind of funny.
Oh. You gotta pull the TV down, maybe.
Probably, I'll have to raise the. Oh, actually, right there.
There you go.
That's good.
Nobody do any funky things under the table.
Okay, Miss Diana, it's your turn, sweetie.
Let me see the shape and hiding.
But while you guys were in the other room, we all went around and did our
So
our
we missed it.
introductions. Yeah.
Okay, that's
The
why.
Okay. Can't tell. Remember everyone's name though.
Well, at least you'd heard them.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
They should be, Mitch.
Yeah, I know all the fellas' names. I just haven't heard the ladies' names yet.
Yeah.
Tina, this is Tina Trapper.
Hi, Tina.
City. Yeah.
They're seated.
I'll get it.
Oh, you met in Texas.
Yeah, I drop off some stuff for. Yeah, the stuff.
Johnson,
What was it? The first part?
Mary Johnson.
Mary. Thanks, Mary.
Far righter. Hey, that was given to you by a half-breed Indian, I think that. Far righter.
Far.
That was given to you by a half-breed Indian. I'm gonna tell you,
Go with it.
you don't get a pick your nickname, though.
I know. And they know you already. They know,
Yeah,
Mhm.
they know the lady.
Yeah, the lady at the back with the pretty blue on. What is your name?
We met you in Texas. Remember?
Ooh, that,
They don't look the same.
that's why you look familiar, but yeah, I didn't recognize you. Sorry. It was such a brief meeting though. What is it?
Now.
You're,
I still couldn't understand your name, Jennifer.
Me.
Proper
So
division.
are you picking it up? I can't hear the name.
Yeah, I got, Mary, Tina, and is it Jennifer? Cause it's like, you
Jennifer.
hear one noise and then it breaks out.
Anybody else talks, it cuts in.
So we couldn't understand. Joe couldn't understand her first name. The one I met in Texas.
Can
Is
you
that
get a
Jennifer?
coffee pot? Can you get a coffee pot percolating?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
No, the background noise should be gone. It's just probably the
talking.
microphone and unless I don't have a microphone.
Understanding.
Tana, do you have an additional microphone that extends from the computer? I
No.
mean, most don't have that setting anymore, do they?
To the table?
Yeah.
Put it on the table?
I could go get my, if you got 5 minutes. I
Yeah.
can go get my, okay, I will go get my,
I'm just gonna go with that.
It's just that I have extra to send.
I'll get my mini boat.
It doesn't have a setting, the plug-in doesn't help.
Mm.
Yeah.
Is that wireless?
Mine are all old school. They have to plug in. The new computers don't have that plug-in. I love that tree behind you, I swear.
Mhm. So gorgeous. Behind Diana.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It looks like a face some days to me.
I know. Ever since I saw the face the other day, that's all I keep seeing now. Especially when I look at the reflection, like big green
I can't
eyes.
see it.
What you see? You
Yeah, it
can't
does
see
now
it.
that you say that. Mm-hmm.
I swear on one of the Zooms, the tree was dancing.
Yeah.
It's going like this.
You smoking that there?
Yeah. It's changed colors, it's lit up.
Oh, by the way, speaking of that smoking stuff. Vicky left something at my house when I was cleaning out my drawer the other day. I pulled that one drawer out that's gonna be gone, but that's gonna be cut now. Yeah,
What are you gonna do with it?
no, I mean the other drawer, sorry.
What are you gonna do with
It threw it away because I thought of you.
it? It loved it.
Hey,
Don't go the good stuff.
it's running-
Slice my broccoli.
For that, it's not gonna be there anymore, over to another drawer just so I can get to it while you're working. And I guess she'll just drop it in here and one of these days when it's in here.
Penny, the Matt's out.
Relax.
Oscar's right on there, wants to be with his girlfriend.
I mean, I don't, well, but they're little short guys, so they're kind of convenient, they're not real long.
Well, neither am I.
Yeah.
Have to get it here.
Certainly.
I should have. Just thought about after Jen moved out, so
we go.
it's all over just like my house. Now I'm kind of glad I did it. It's,
I guess there was a reason it was delayed, huh?
There we go.
Yeah, Tina's
You made
going to get a microphone.
Appreciate it.
So you guys can hear better.
Thank
And we can hear you perfect,
Thank
Katana.
goodness, yeah.
yeah, 'cause she's loud.
I just naturally project.
Yes. That's
Speaking clearly.
I designed it, but I'm having fun since I made it.
What's made?
It's that, what do you call that, the brushy type rugs. And it's, flex suit, yeah, yeah, and flex seal.
So you buy the mats and then paint them? What?
I'm going to sell them like this.
It's to help the Sherman.
We don't have any
Reservoir.
Sherman.
Whoa.
We don't
help
have
the
any
town.
swag, I call it. So I'm developing these things and this and some unique things.
So I have some. Through my own stuff and brother stuff and Margaret stuff, down some little postcards for, I was gonna give them to the Historical Society. When Sherman Reservoir was just made, I'm like, right? So, and there's nothing, I mean, there are no trees or anything. But it's just basic landscape pictures.
That would be like a cool.
No,
Well,
before and after,
yes.
then now, no.
You go anywhere and just buy a shirt with shirt red. Or anything with city. It's stupid.
Not even a match.
So what is?
But I take care of it, but I wanna build the things I want to sell. I don't wanna just do t-shirts, because you buy t-shirts anything. But a rug, special things like these or a rug or those pictures, maybe I
Get one picture enough, you get on the wall and that's right.
bring me in. I wouldn't, you wouldn't sell them, but I might need a picture.
Just as
Better.
the band, that first dog. Energy to the thing,
It's supposed to work as a speaker system. I don't know, it needs to recognize your computer.
okay,
Get on your.
yeah.
Hello, Katana.
Hi. Thank you
Hi.
for being here.
Yeah, you're welcome.
First hit of sugar I've had in a month.
What's in.
Your system. There you go. Oh, there we go.
Because nobody.
Okay, now watch how it goes.
I'll throw it.
Said add a device.
Yeah.
Anyway. Very nice. Is it
Show devices.
It's fine.
Device, not fast.
Ready to go. She makes foods. She's got a cricket and she makes goose.
We're trying to connect Tina's Bluetooth. For better audio.
Yeah. Yeah, Elizabeth, we were telling her we can hear Katana pretty good, but it's cutting in and out and on the other people for some reason.
Alright, try it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear people pretty well.
We don't need to see them, but they put it on a table itself.
If they can't fix it, I prefer to see them if we can.
Or they could turn it.
If need be, yeah. Oh, that work.
Kind of, but we do it.
Well, we could try, but
Which
hopefully.
they show all devices. Unknown device.
We often forget about the computer completely and they just pay attention.
We really need to bring a turntable.
I think that would be helpful.
I think that is
That's a
turntable.
good idea. Like a lazy Susan.
Uh-huh.
How connected I.
Sherry's iPhone.
Somebody in charge of turning.
Oh, that's you, Katana.
Yeah.
Connected to KRT.
Oh, that's your phone?
Yeah, should
Oh, wait.
be. No, it's,
Oh, try connecting.
iPhone.
Maybe this. Sometimes you have to start it up and start it up again.
That
Oh, Jennifer.
connected to KRT iPhone and iPhone.
oh, that's Jennifer's.
So maybe that's
Picking up
it.
everyone.
Yeah, it's picking up everybody.
Everybody turn their Bluetooth off.
Probably wouldn't hurt. Let me see, where's mine? I'll do that, you bet. Oh, I can't because we're having to use it to log in.
I think probably just over there,
No,
maybe.
your Bluetooth isn't, your tether, you can turn your Bluetooth on.
Okay,
Tether
good.
should still work.
Okay,
Mm.
Let's cancel and try again.
iPhone.
so I can turn that off.
No, get out of there, Bluetooth. Go to Bluetooth. Go to the original screen.
Okay, I will. Give me a minute.
Bluetooth,
No, all devices.
turn that on. See, when you're tethering, you don't
Try
need,
unknown device.
that's the whole point of tethering. Nobody
You know
else
the
can.
pin?
The Bluetooth are off.
Auditors before you will be great. Oh, it's interesting.
It should say mini boat.
They
That's what
allow-
it should say.
They approved everything she ever did. They never questioned anything in their hospital. They allowed it, everybody. That's why she's not in.
It should be easier.
All right, we were moving.
They're doing that. Let me mess with the camera. Gonna bring the screen.
30 years.
There's another one. Try that one.
Oh, Pew, over here.
It's not ready
Yeah,
to.
that would be great.
Need to pair, so leave that. We'll go out of here and try it again. Jennifer's is on.
The screen's showing clear. Very clear. And we go back here.
It says connecting.
Instead of 3.
Go. Full screen. Yeah, we're good. It's just a little off. And to reset it. And smooth screen.
Did you two,
Yeah.
Katana, and Tina, did you guys turn your Bluetooth
And it
off?
should say, I turned it on and off,
It's ready to
Okay.
pair.
Okay.
but it doesn't. It normally lists spinning bows, but.
Zoom out.
I mean,
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Yay!
Thank you. Let's see if that works.
You don't need to add that one to yours. We're
Dude, it's mine.
connector. Well, it says connect a new device to Katana.
Oh.
Yeah, I guess you do. Yes. I can hear you.
Can you? Oh, so is it connected?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's connected.
Okay.
Can you guys hear better?
Yeah, I can hear.
We're good.
See how.
Think
put it
so.
over
Did
there
you hear
for
the
an
hen house in the background?
No.
hour.
Stop, that's it.
It says connected.
On. 100%
Yeah.
advanced sound property. Can
Camera.
we use it as a mic? Choose where you.
We need some 10-year-olds to come in and help us.
Exactly right.
Yep.
There's this one meme. It's really
That-
cute. This little
One
kid,
as a-
toddler on diapers, sitting at a counter. He's holding the
I
phone.
think you want to do this headset microphone. And you sound like, I'm not sure. I don't understand that. Might choose a device to speak or record app, and I could have their own setting. Okay, click that and see what that says. When you click headset. Or it won't let you. Okay,
Didn't sleep much.
So maybe.
sound. Sound. Setting up a microphone, turning on. So I don't know if you want to set it up as a microphone.
Want any more?
For some reason, I don't hear the microphone.
It's like,
It might be, but we can go ahead and let's see if it happens.
yeah, put it over there.
Got to bring the camera down a bit.
It's like,
Yeah.
I don't know if it's so now. Oh, sh. Oh. Now see if you're still connected. Bluetooth device. Oh. Now we're down to Katana.
Let me turn on.
In Mexico, basically when I'm pregnant, cesareans, some of the babies are.
How many drops of?
Okay, it says it's connected as mic and audio.
I already poured.
Oh, okay, we'll bring
How many
Okay.
drops?
almost the whole dropper.
Okay.
Almost.
I have it, it says connected, goes there.
100%. It should if it says it's connected.
Doesn't it? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's connected, mic and audio.
Okay,
So let's,
hello?
can you hear Mary talking now?
Yeah, we can hear you fine over here.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
We don't need this over here anymore. You know, like she's not gonna go very far.
Just doing his job.
Thank you, Tina.
On your list.
Thank you.
Mike.
Yeah.
That's she's looking down to like.
It's like, go to the spell. Spell the name of it, in capital letters. It's all that.
Because that's how they take your power, is all capital letters. If you look at a check, capital letter. If you look on your tax form, it's all capital letter. Any bill is capital. Your deed of your tax.
See,
Your
Your driver's license.
the slave to
Look at your driver's license.
just reverse. We are out of British.
Because
USA Inc. is broken. So it's the all,
He's looking for.
is it all capital or not?
I'm sure it is.
Your driver's license?
I don't know what bosses.
Oh, it is. Okay, so if you're a straw person, it isn't.
No,
If you're a straw man,
Makes you strong.
that makes you a straw man?
Basically, it's maritime law.
Okay,
With maritime law back in England, when they had all those fires and plagues and stuff. They were trying to figure out how to take property and stuff from people. So if you're out to sea and your ship never comes back, you're considered dead, so they take your stuff.
if your letters are all capital.
So you work,
That's what they do to get you into the system.
well.
Cause then you're dead, like when you go to any port, you know where the bar is? You know where the bar is, you know what that stands for, it's British something. Yes, thank you. Yeah, pass the bar, yeah. You go from a law of the land into law of water. The judge will ask you a bunch of questions. And your public pretender will say, just say yes. Do you understand? As soon as you say yes, that means you have to stand there, whether they're gonna find you.
Well, that's
Yeah,
definitely-
and
If you don't do that, they can't do shit to you.
and podium is actually the.
So it's a Saturn cube.
Well, it's actually what it is, when the parents would make you walk the plank. The podium is actually the plank. You're either walking off the plank or you're jumping overboard.
It's a judge sitting up on a pedestal shaped like a Saturn's cube, wearing a black
No,
robe like.
that one glares the crap out of my face.
Oh, that's a good question.
It's got to do with Saturn.
It's okay, I guess.
I think one part of it's constitutional, the other part of it's. You know, all
Well, Virgin one.
Well, see, that-
I've got lights on stall some for you.
yeah, well, I don't.
public and then for.
District court. Higher court. Although,
Yeah, then he has to
Stable,
answer to God,
it's-
and I'll put. Many people,
That's fair.
Swear.
Wendy is just.
The judge.
Yes.
So,
She was looking at 20 years in prison for DUI. And I told her, this is how you do it. This is what you're gonna do. And like the person that sat in the chair before her, I said, sweep your chair. Sweep that energy out of that chair, because you do not want to sit in that person's spot. Because then you're not you, you're them, and you're being prosecuted under them, not yourself. And so she did exactly what I told her to do, and she's fine. Another guy, two other guys that was facing 5 years in prison. One I know for sure was totally innocent. The other one, caught me like at Home Depot in Colorado, and it's like, I'm innocent, I swear. And so I told him what to do. He did it exactly to the T, and he walked out free.
I had something
So-
similar, just
So-
to give credence to what you said. When I was first learning ESP, I had some books in high school, and it was telling me about that energy. And I remember going to the counselor. I wasn't in trouble. I wanted to ask about my career in the Marine Corps, and when I sat in the chair, I could feel all this energy of people going, "Oh shit, I'm in so much trouble," and I had to shield myself from that energy.
It has to affect everything.
Yeah, because we leave our energy everywhere.
Yeah.
Right?
You're saying.
Return to sender, people. One of our best friends.
Yeah.
That. It was immediate sent to. The applicant has all the footprints, all the birth certificates, everything. So all the money that you've paid and the taxes that you paid have gone to Puerto Rico, then they've gone to England, and then they've gone to the bank.
So we're
So
hoping,
we have
Yeah.
And this comes into the double mirror. Jennifer's out there, on the phone right now. Her other phone.
So you mean,
And, yeah, I think with all the light codes and everything, we might have changed the vibration in here with that. So. Yeah, however you want.
This almost looks like a torch rack.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, there's the double mirrors. Yeah.
And then we have one.
yeah, I have that.
Well, see, okay, this comes back to a lifetime.
It was in the storage unit. My storage unit.
Oh. That's funny, you put the speaker over the public center. So let's put it. in here.
I don't know if it's helped, but it's a light still on. Yeah, it's on.
It's still on. Okay, so, we're talking about. Yeah, we're talking about the double mirror in the machine and the double mirror, from a past life. All of our past lives.
You should have.
It's
It's driving me crazy.
It's gonna be too. It's like fingers on a chalkboard, you know? Okay. Good, good.
board.
These don't work as well as slate ones, so do they? The green board, don't try it.
So we're in this time with the machine and the double mirror and the past life that and all of my dreams and then what you and
Sherry and Pete,
Sherry and Pete and then what you and Jennifer.
and apparently Matt and Jet and Beth obviously are having the same issues.
Yeah.
My mom said, I wasn't using it, but it was on.
And it has to do with Tina's dog too.
Yeah.
Because she's in the past life when, let me, yeah, it's my phone going on. Let me silence this.
So Bruce, not to interrupt you, but I told Bruce. I invited him here, he's in South Dakota with his dad, he's having some major family issues, he's got 8 people in his life. That have cancer, that are detrimental, that are just going through a lot of problems. And so I think he's still in South Dakota, they just moved his dad to a skilled assisted or what facility. So he says that he's had people check the machines, the little jolts. And he said, on occasion, there will be a loose wire. But otherwise, there's nothing wrong with them that they can determine. And I said, well, it's in,
Pizzas.
and so Morris says it's in the infinity symbol. That he's embedded some kind of code into the infinity symbol. Well, and then in the jolt, Morris, we took the top plate off, and there's no open really wires. There's the component underneath is all encased and it's glued shut. So you have to cut it apart just to get it out. And Morris didn't do anything with it at that time. So we haven't done anything with it, and the intensity has been above 0, so that we can't remote view on my machine. So but Bruce swears that there's nothing wrong. And I said, I know you're a good friend of Scott. And he said, but I said, he calls himself a man of God. And how in the heck can somebody like that put curses on these machines and do evil with it?
Well, it's just not now. It's connected to the double mirror in the past time. Chris, do you want to explain some of that too? Do you remember what we talked about? Speak up so everybody out there can hear you.
Back
Thank you.
when. Well, let's see,
Elizabeth,
well, I know, but, on the.
oh, Richard,
Richard, yeah.
yeah.
They're the same batch.
No,
It's to do with
it
Mitch.
doesn't.
It has to do with Mitch, it has to do with Richard, it has to do with Richard forcing Elizabeth. To do something with Mitch's tools. Because Mitch was, and anybody got their pendulum?
Oh, no, I need to get it.
So we can find out if this is truth or lie.
What, Merlin? Merlin? You ever teach me anything, better or older?
If Mitch is Merlin's brother in a past life.
Brother.
You're older.
I'm getting. I got a no and then I got a yes. Yeah.
Well, you know what, yeah, the older brothers can be, the little brothers can be, yeah, it's important to.
Okay. So the double mirror in the machine has to do with this past life, that has to do with Mitch, Elizabeth, and Richard. That's going around five-finger discounting things in town, which he did that in this past life. It wasn't Mitch that did it. It was actually Richard.
Overmiller.
He's still doing it. I'm trying to give you a drill arrow. Where'd you get me off? Someone didn't keep it secure. You take that thing there. And he used it too.
You can't hear anymore because they changed the code on it. I see him in the video on the security video.
He's still going. He took half of my grapes. I saw him walking with them, put them in the bag. And then the week after that, when I was gonna go hunting, that's the weekend I was gonna work my Concord grapes. Pat mowed the day before and he said, "You're gonna be really mad. The grapes are all gone." But they weren't plucked like before.
It's still in your rhubarb.
Yeah.
If your old Bible from up there, that's what John said.
Really?
Yeah, so he's in his like.
But he had access to it then.
Yeah, and if he's been five-finger,
That's what John said. It was.
he's been five-finger discounting for centuries. Yes, it's a looping time on.
Richard,
Well,
that
that's
has
what
been,
Tells everyone. You know, I can't help myself because I'm not rubbing my hand.
So Elizabeth. The way we understood it, Chris, can you explain it loudly?
go. Come, you're missing explanations, babe. It's trying to help me with my pendulum, it broke.
Oh,
It's okay, I can use this other thing.
Need to tell the story or?
Basically, he got. Did something with.
He got Mitch's tool
Yeah.
that he was making for Merlin. And it has to do with your sword of truth.
I have a story about that. There's a story.
Okay, yeah, tell the
So
story.
it's not, I don't think it's my sword. Mark, my brother-in-law, bought a guided trip to Ireland with some other people. And you know what they got? A huge sword as a memento for buying that trip.
Does it have designs on it?
Yes. And it's, well, I haven't seen it, but Laura was describing it and it is a beautiful sword.
Long
And
and
They're
before.
on their way to the.
That's my hair.
Anyway, it was, who knows, maybe Richard walked in.
Please, please.
We'll
Well,
see.
he's still walking around. He
Oh.
he ended up at Ruby's yesterday and then over to Phyllis's.
You stopped my sister.
Phyllis was tight, she said, I don't. You know, it's.
He's really concerned about Burroughs being spelled incorrectly about the Legion sign.
Okay, so ask, everybody use their pendulums and ask if the sword was actually Tina's. And
What, the sword was what?
the sword of truth belonged to Tina.
Does the sword of truth belong to Tina?
Truth.
Sword of truth belonged to Tina. Yes, I'm getting the yes, double yes.
Diana has.
Double yes.
Yeah, because she has
Oh.
Dowsing rod.
she has the dozen. So the sword, it is yours, because we talked about the whole Tina trucker and the two T's. And when she makes her T's, they look like a sword. I've seen her sign stuff.
So the other weird thing about it is that on my email address, I have it spelled TREF. Imagine a mirror, and then it says FERT.
Well, two-sided of the mirror.
And then at the end of it, I have 22 because that's my lucky number, or I feel it's my lucky number.
And then I seen 32.
Yes,
And-
32, 32,
And 55,
and 55. And so when we added them up, because we're in this whatever code thing. So we added it up and the number comes to
1,
1.
back to the singular. To the beginning, yeah.
Did she tell you about that conversation?
No,
This is really.
Sort of an his level of speed. We're gonna be sitting here putting.
The conversation we had to. Oh,
3 is 10, which is. May, beginning and.
that's interesting, I'll have to have you do more then. So the numbers are important. The double mirror, and what do we have in here, guys?
it's a double mirror. There's a mirror inside that in the bottom, and then there's a mirror on the top side of the lid
In all the machines, right?
and all the instruments.
So I don't think he's poisoning the
Radionic
doing
machine.
wrong in this lifetime. Oh, they're gonna talk. It's from the past. It's not in this lifetime. It's a past
Mhm.
life. I don't.
Yeah.
Does anybody know what a three-dimension mirror is?
No, what is it?
When you look in the mirror, you see yourself backwards.
Oh, and the line.
A two-dimension mirror, you can make it with 4 mirrors. But it basically makes it where you're looking at yourself.
But then you see lines of yourself, right?
I know, I haven't made it yet. I just heard about it.
Oh, yeah.
I got some glasses or some mirrors. One of these days I'm gonna make one because I want to put one at the end of my hallway by the bathroom.
So.
It also works if they curve the mirror slightly, because I've looked in those and you look exactly the way other people would see you. Just one mirror with a curve,
It's kind of
Like
scary.
like those
Like a
curved TVs,
bevel? Like a bevel mirror?
like a curved
It takes
TV,
4 mirrors to
but
make it.
mirror.
Oh,
Is that beveled?
Yeah, beveled, I guess. Concave.
concave, yeah.
This is going not too long here. So we got to point out what happened that Richard took the stuff to Elizabeth.
Yeah.
And it has to do with not her. It's not like she wanted to do this, that's what I get. So did she want to put everybody, so everybody with your pendulums? Did she want to put people into the mirror?
Oh, I get a yes.
I gotta
So do
know.
I.
I'm gonna get, this. I'll get neutral. I am neutral. I'm
Okay.
neutral.
Clear all lies and deception.
Clear all lies and deceptions. I am neutral. Okay.
Agendas.
Uh,
We
Oh,
can
we
see
Well, now
what-
I'm getting Now I'm getting a cross.
Assumptions, agendas,
Totally something different.
beliefs,
Hmm.
lies, deceptions.
Yeah. the question.
I'm getting,
To remain till they are transmuted or utilized.
Want to
I get a
use
yes.
the tools to put the
Hmm.
people in the mirror. Maybe that's the control.
I still gotta know.
Hmm.
no,
It's still causing
mean, that's what we got.
confusion.
do you want to do the clear statement out loud?
It's up to her. It's her deal.
What do you feel, Elizabeth?
Elizabeth, are you there?
When I asked the question, I got a yes.
I'm gonna ask her.
Got a yes as well?
Tana, can
Okay,
Elishan here do the clearing statement?
Might
So
not
everybody
hurt.
agrees with it?
Oh.
See what we get?
Okay.
All right. It's just a centering clearing statement. It helps with interference. So we return to sender all energies from others that are detrimental to us or cause interference with our interpretation of guidance. Go back to your, in love, go back to your sources now. And we just agree. I agree. We suspend all opinions, assumptions, agendas, beliefs, thought forms of any kind, and anything and everything else that creates interference between us and our higher selves, our creator, our prime creator, true source. These are spirit guides that are of prime creator and Gaia and earth out to where they cause no interference to remain until they are transmuted. And so it is. We are grounded in the most beneficial equilibrium between the earth and the Godhead, and just say, I allow. We are in trust, truth, order, highest good, knowing, well-being, and clarity. And so it is.
So. And the question is what, Katana?
Thank you.
true unity. So
It's about, did Elizabeth choose to put these people in the mirror? Is that what it is?
Deliberately.
Was it her choice? Her decision?
Did Elizabeth choose to do these?
Elizabeth
I'm
chose
still
to
getting a
put-
yes.
That's interesting because I'm still getting a no.
So it's
Wow.
Maybe it's both. Maybe she was conflicted.
Yeah. Sure.
there's two sides of the mirror.
Yeah.
Right,
True,
right.
there's some side
Okay.
of the mirror.
Okay.
And she said she didn't want to do it, right? But
But
did
she
it.
did. Yeah, so that is conflict.
Chris just said we need to ask if she was offering protection for the people.
Okay. Elizabeth thought she was offering protection for the people. I'm getting yes on that one.
Yeah, I'm getting a yes.
How do you feel about that, Elizabeth?
yes. Got a yes.
I got a yes too.
Okay, so you thought it was highest good.
Hmm.
This has to do with the dreams I've been having of angels being trapped in like a prison and hanging like from a chain.
I'm getting yes on
Is it-
that. Check with the
It's
pendulum.
like all connected.
Yeah.
This is correct. Mhm.
How do you do?
You can't break the mirror because you and your beautiful little tools back in the day could melt and like, how'd you say?
Like his tool made it where it's liquefied the mirror into.
Has anybody ever seen Alice in Wonderland?
Been a while, but yeah.
Several
It's been a
versions
while.
of it.
Looking glass. That's what.
Alice in the Looking Glass, yeah. Same thing where she can walk through the mirror portal.
Like,
Yeah,
where's the wardrobe?
yeah. I got goosebumps, so. And it just got cold as hell. Did it change? Can you
Yeah, I'm
feel
getting it. It is similar to that. Mhm.
it?
Or like that.
So,
He brought up witches in the wardrobe. Did it?
These things do.
Okay.
Filter.
It's
it is an answer, yeah. Okay, did witches have something to do with this?
Gotta yes immediately. Let's see.
Should have something to do with it.
Yeah.
Yes, double yes.
It just broke.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. I guess you can sit right here and do it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so.
Find something better.
See,
Yeah, yes.
this is a new piece of the puzzle.
Yeah. So I know the story of the witches in the wardrobe very well. I mean, I think we read that in school, but I don't. No, it's a story, it's a book.
They all
Oh, they did make a movie out of it, but can you? They all end up in heaven on witches in the wardrobe. Really? Obviously, I didn't read.
Okay, so
Yes,
how they end up in that?
yes.
Ah,
This would work. This would work.
So was it good witches or bad?
Yeah, I double it.
Okay.
They go
Um,
witches?
You
I'm
guys, are
getting
talking-
no, they were bad.
you guys are talking
Yeah,
about,
I would vote.
Would it be good for?
you guys are talking about one of the books of Narnia, The Witch in the
Mhm.
Wardrobe, and that was an evil witch in there.
Yeah, I'm getting they were evil.
Mhm.
There was, yeah, in Narnia, the witch, the wardrobe of Narnia. She was evil.
She was evil, but.
So he would have been the other one, right?
He's the good son.
Yeah. Yeah, which that's the other, because we got the mounts on the other side of the mirror. And when we talked to Matt the other night, Matt said, well, I'm on the good side, not the bad side.
Yeah.
so what is the good side of the mirror? What is the bad side of the mirror?
We got two mirrors going.
Well,
What's the in between? Is that where we're at now?
I think so.
Question. Good
We must
question.
get a double mirror. So, okay, so let's say double mirror. Let's say the mirror between. Let's say the reflection on this side and the reflection on this side also possesses a reflection on this side and a reflection on this side.
What happens in between?
What happens in between?
It's versa.
I hear vice versa.
What happens on that side? On the
So
inside.
is the good in between the two mirrors, or is the good on the outside? The
Good.
difference? Good and evil, and then the in between.
Gray. Be a gray area.
Great.
Gray area.
Yeah.
That makes,
Yeah.
that makes sense, because Brandon's always telling me, go to the gray area. Like, I don't want to be in the gray.
So
area.
it's the gray area, okay, so then the inside of the mirror isn't mirrored, it's the gray paint that makes the reflection on the other sides of the mirror.
Huh, good point.
No, when you look on the back side of the mirror, that's the gray, the stuff that emulates. Would it be silver?
It used to be
Silver.
It used to be silver.
but now it's the gray. Brandon's working right. He's not really,
Eh?
he's at work right now.
Faster pension one bit, because permits you go back.
Yeah.
In that time and uses tools that. To liquefy the mirror, but then
Like fun mirror?
to let them.
It does say yes.
Did you guys
So-
hear that?
No,
No,
Okay.
You gotta speak up on.
I heard the first part, but then it kind of went down.
I don't
Are you
think-
guys getting it?
It's like I need to go back and use my tools to fix the mirror to let the.
Okay, so maybe the stuff you need to mold down.
Hidden
needs
yes.
to- And that silver is what needs to be melted.
yes, I'm getting, yeah.
What time it is, that's what a mirror would be, silver. And you know, Silversmith's nice.
But I'm seeing the sword, as you guys are talking about that, I'm seeing the sword.
Also,
It's showing where the sword-
Yes. And so with us bouncing around different ideas, that
That's the
just
thing.
through with
Yeah,
by sharing the different things that we know as truth. Like
Yeah.
what Mitch just said, you know how you silversmith melted silver, you have to have the right tool.
Yeah.
You have to keep an eye on it.
no,
So if that happens and you melt the silver in between the two glasses, then that makes it just a clear glass to open everything up to transport or leave the.
Should have a pile of silver, couple of windows.
Should, that's what it'll be. Say, you'll be in a glass house with.
Get rid of the silver for a little bit.
It is, but again, the energy of silver and the purities of silver, and they contain what? For health benefit reasons because of. It's an alloy that does not allow you to have sickness or. That's why they have silverware. Right.
yeah, because every time you eat from it, you're becoming healthier instead of.
Antibacterial.
Yeah,
Good point.
I don't know how this fits into anything, but I just keep hearing mercury in my head.
Looks like silver. It looks like silver. Yeah, it looks like silver, but it's not. It's more toxic.
You have to use silver, so. I really could say.
The same heating point.
Well, silver's gonna have a different heating point than gold.
Right.
Or
All the
mercury.
logistics of that, but yeah, you need mercury to. Work with either one.
well, because we gotta make sure
Oh.
we eat correctly.
Got one shot, right?
We got one shot.
No pressure.
Eminem said we got one shot. One shot.
So maybe the question is, maybe it isn't silver, maybe it is mercury.
Well,
Oh, that's a
There,
question.
there is another metal. Have you heard of living gold? Any of you?
Living gold,
Living
maybe
gold.
like
No,
Like
it's
liquid
actually,
gold?
it can become part of your body and it becomes like, you can make an arm out of it and it would work, but it's not
Oh,
heavy,
wow.
like, and, anyway, it's incredibly pure. When it says in the Bible, the streets of heaven are made of gold, so pure it's transparent as glass. This living
Oh.
gold can be that pure, it can be transparent as
Yeah,
well.
I'm getting it is a component.
There's a component that's similar to it that's silver, and the tree of life is made of it. And it looks silver, like silver metal. I mean, super reflective metal. It could be that material, which would be immortal and a much higher frequency than any silver or mercury on Earth.
So I guess we should ask what it's made of then again. The mirror,
I've always called it
Yeah.
Mithra because I don't know the name of it
the silver.
from the Lord of the Rings, Mithra,
Colored.
because it's very light, very powerful, very strong, very reflective.
Reflects in the
Well,
mirror.
I think I'm getting a yes, and I keep getting on the nose
Yes,
when he
as
was
well.
saying that.
I'm getting yes on the living gold and not on the other substance. A no on the other substance he
Mhm.
called Mithra.
No, yeah, okay.
Excuse me. Can I talk for a bit?
Yes, you can.
Okay, can everybody hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Yes, very
Yes.
well.
Okay, so when I was very, very sick, I visited heaven 35 times
Wow.
and I saw these things you're talking about.
Cool.
So I saw 34 visits were with my dad and he was there. I wasn't in heaven. I was sitting at a railing, which was on a lowered platform just right beside heaven.
Okay.
And I was sitting there just in case I died because my body was dying, but my spirit was not. And I was in no way, I don't think I was in danger of dying because I have a purpose and I haven't fulfilled that yet. So I felt healthy in my mind, but my body was dying like you see a baby calf die if they have pneumonia. Like I was at the feeling and my eyes were rolling back and apart and all of that. And these were times I was sitting in the living room by myself because Matt had left for work and Patsy had left for work. But I could not breathe. And so for 10 days, I did not sleep, not even 1 minute, because I was in between realms all the time of almost asleep, almost awake, almost asleep. And I believe that sustained me because if my body would have fallen asleep, then I would have died because your oxygen lowers when you get into that restful sleep. So the 35th visit was with my grandpa, and I saw all the gold. So the gold is the light, and the gold is everything. And it's not this shiny yellow gold like what we think of. It was this deep, 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 rich, rich gold. So there's no sunlight, so there's no shadows, so there's no directional light. Everything the light. I saw trees, and the trees, some of them recognizable as being trees that we have on Earth, and some were trees that are only there in that realm. And animals, I did not see animals, but I heard them. I heard birds, and you could definitively tell, like, yes, that's a dog, that's a cat. I could tell what birds were which birds here, but then I also heard birds that we do not have here at all, like they do not exist. I heard many, many birds. The trees are, they didn't whisper how our leaves whisper here in the breeze, but they were alive and it seemed like they made their own sounds, but I can't remember what the sounds were. Like you could just feel them living and ancient, ancient, ancient. Before ancient is how old they were. Everything was deep, deep. Like you can't describe the depth of everything that you looked at. And when you looked at the trees, they, like I said, the gold was everywhere. Well, the trees were trees, but not like a brilliant green leaves like we have here. This is like a watercolor fake here, but there it's this deep, deep greens and the browns, and then overshadowing that is the gold. It was kind of like gold flakes, and the gold is the air, and the gold is the trees. The gold is the railing. Like it's not painted, it
The
is
oneness.
that. It is that. And like when you looked at the railing, so my grandpa's railing was this extremely ornate, carved, because the railing was carved, and my dad sat in a chair and my grandpa sat in a chair. And my dad's railing was simpler because he was more utilitarian, and his chair exactly matched the railing that he was sitting by that was in between us. And you could tell that the carpenter had made it long, 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 long ago, but still his was simpler. My grandpa's was so ornate, I can't even remember how ornate, but it was everything you looked at was alive, like it was a living thing, and it was still alive. And the carpenter had made my grandpa's railing and his chair so long ago. It was before time. And when I looked at his railing, that was gold, but also it was the wood of this tree, which I did not recognize, but it was gold. not painted gold. It was. And then when so I couldn't see, it's like eternity and extremely close. So I could see close and far at the same time. But it, like, you look as far as you can, and it's not like misty like what we have here, but it fades away. And I could hear pockets of sound because this part of heaven was like a learning center where you catch up on this wisdom that you were supposed to have. And so it was every sound I heard was questions. And it was just the very end of a question. Like when you ask a question, your voice raises in a little lilt. Like, would you like more pizza? You hear that? So the very last sound of every question is what I heard. And there were millions upon millions upon millions of these conversations all going on at exactly the same time, but no chaos and no disorder. It was all in harmony. I also heard music. There were pockets of music, like you could point in the direction where you heard the sound, but they were, again, the ends of these notes of music, and it was not recognizable instruments like what we have here. It was some sort of stringed instruments, but I heard everywhere was a different song, but it all was in harmony. There was no chaos and there was no competing. And even the animals that were there were asking questions. So you could hear at the end of their whatever sound they made, the little raise in the lilt in the voice, and then that sound just faded off into the distance. So you couldn't tell how far everything was, but some things were far, far, far away, and you could hear everything all at once, but it was completely in harmony. And then, like, the air, it wasn't like it was falling gold. The air was gold. So I'm not sure if I was breathing or not at that point because I was so ill. So I never smelled anything, which makes me think I was not breathing actually. But I think I was just out of my body to preserve me for a time. And then I was back in, and then I was out, and then I was back in so many times. But oh yes. So that's exactly what I was thinking when I was here. I was thinking, boy, that is like the book of Narnia. It's 7 books, and I've read them a lot, and there are some very well-made movies about them. And I know that C.S. Lewis, who is the author of that, he saw some of the things that I saw because he had the woods between the worlds, which is kind of like a realm in between where people would go. And that was trees and a lake, and everybody would just sit peacefully, and they just felt like sitting. That witch had gotten into the woods in between the worlds, and it scared her and frightened her because she's so evil. She was shrinking in that world. She had to get out of it in order to get her power back.
Survive. Yeah, and to survive, I'm getting.
Yep, that's right. It would have killed her to stay there. And also the J.R.R. Tolkien, which are the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit, all of those books. Mm-hmm. They saw what I saw. I saw more, but they saw. So the way they wrote their books, that's the way I saw. They were describing things I saw when I was there, and they were just right on. So anyway, I guess that's all I have to say about that.
That is amazing. And I'm getting that living gold is actually God. It's God's stuff. It's what we are.
Yes, I am certain it was. I did not see him, I did see Jesus. He walked through my living room
Cool.
about 4 times when I was very sick, and he was directing me to find certain of my crystals that I have. And I did, and then I would just hold them to my chest, and for 10 or 30 seconds or so, then I could breathe after I found them. I did not see him from the front, I only saw him from the back, but I knew it was him, and he was telling me, get up and find these stones. So I did, and that helped extremely, extremely so. When I visited my dad and my grandpa, they did not have faces or ears, because you don't need your face because you aren't speaking. It's just you impart knowledge from one of your souls to the other. So I was asking questions I know, and he was studying this book because my dad had this ginormous spiritual energy, but I think he was never directed correctly on earth. So it was kind of like a waste that you he was just angry and depressed his whole life. And I could feel when he would hit our driveway, which was a quarter of a mile away, when he was coming home, I could feel him, and he would just encase with dark cloud of, it wasn't evil, it was more like depression. And so now he's making up for lost time. So he's just sitting in that chair, and this book on his lap was ancient, ancient, ancient. And it was made from this wood, and the pages were these thick, thick pages. And I saw nothing on them, but he was studying them intently. So he would turn a page and then just study it's not like reading left to right. It was just looking at the page, looking at it all over. And then he would turn another page just so carefully. So he's absorbing all of that wisdom that he missed out on absorbing here, because I also saw, the first visit that I had there, I saw a wall, and we all build our own wall, and that wisdom that you hold. So mine looked like a wooden wall, and it looked like something that you would make for birds. And I could see from left to right that the wall went as far as I could see, but like I said, it just kind of fades away out of your vision when you've seen enough. So the bottom tier, it's like it has holes all along the wall, kind of like you would see for chicken nests. And mine had these holes which were maybe like 4 to 6 inches around. So it would be too small for chickens, but other birds, yes. So on the bottom is your youngest childhood years. And I did have a lot of trauma growing up. And when you're young and you have questions that aren't answered, or you can't find the answer, it just kind of grinds away at the back of your head for your adult life. Even though you don't know it's there, it's still there. So when I looked at the wall, most of those bottom ones were capped, and it looked like they were capped with clay, like what we have here. So like a bee caps in its hive, it caps each individual one of those little hexagons or octagons, whatever they are. Then it's capped, that is completely full. So on the bottom tier, just randomly, there'd be open ones that you could see the shadow all through them, or you could see that they were partially full or half full. But those were the unanswered questions and the unhealed traumas, the wisdom that you were unable to get. Well, after these visits with my dad and my grandpa, at the last visit, I saw my wall again, and every single one of those was capped. All the bottom ones, the second tier, and I probably had 5 or 6 tiers high. And that
Wow.
just keeps growing through your life as you get more wisdom. But the seeing that the wall was completely full and capped, every single hole, it was so peaceful and so fulfilling. Now, when I think about those traumas, like from childhood, or those questions and things that weren't answered, then I can see in my spirit, like my hand, just like that doesn't even matter, and it doesn't matter anymore. I can remember everything. I can remember, you know, everything, but it doesn't matter anymore. There's no
No.
power there anymore.
Mhm.
So that was what I gained by going there, was this healing from all the traumas and all this wisdom that I did not get in childhood. And the funny thing was, like I said, there's no face or ears because you simply impart wisdom. You recognize the person by their mannerisms. So
Mhm.
sat my dad sat in the chair exactly how he always sat, and he moved how he moved, and he had his chair. So my I was like I was sitting up in a hospital bed by the railing, and I'm sitting perfectly parallel to the railing, even though it wasn't a perfectly round space, or not a perfect circle like we would make. It was a round space, but I can't describe the round because we do not have that round shape here. So, but I'm
Interesting.
sitting perfectly parallel in the bed, and just behind the bed, I knew, I never had to look at it, I knew it was there, was a break in the railing. So if I had chosen to die, I would have gotten out of the bed and just walked around the end of it and gone through the break in the railing. There were 2 pillars and just enough space you could walk through. And that's why my dad was there, because he was going to be my escort if I decided to go. And so there's no time, so there's no hurry, there's no rush,
Well, that's
and
cool.
there's no the time, it doesn't even compare here. Like, I don't know how many minutes or hours I was there, because there's no time. It's just eternity. There's no feeling of it's just complete peace. And this part I was in, everyone was absorbing this wisdom. Everyone that was there. And like I said, you could feel there were millions and millions, millions and millions of souls, of people, animals we don't have here, things I don't know what they were, birds. I mean, everything was there, but everything was there learning and absorbing. And it was completely peaceful. And so my dad, how he presented himself was, I think he had long hair. And the first visit I had with him, I didn't recognize his spirit because on earth he was always very angry. The only time he had great compassion is if we were very sick. Then he would lie on the living room floor and he would tuck our head in at his bicep, and he would just lay there and hold you. And some of my siblings have said, I always felt like I wish I could be sick longer because dad is so nice then for some reason. That's like the only compassion you ever got from him. So when I went there and visited him at heaven, that was the only thing that you felt from him, was this great compassion and this feeling. It was so feminine that I thought it was our daughter Patsy. So when I returned from that visit, I told Patsy about it and I said, I think it was you, Patsy. I think you were there with me, because Patsy has great compassion. And she said, I asked Mom, no, that wasn't me. That was Grandpa Larry. And then I was like, oh, it was him because how he sat. Now he was holding his head while he was studying. It was the same. But the funny thing is, my grandpa's environment was, like I said, with the gold and all of that. My dad was a child of the 60s. I know he dabbled. He graduated in 1969. So he would always, when we were driving around, we'd be listening to the radio and a psychedelic 60s song would come on. And he'd be like, oh, cool, man. Look at all the colors way out far out. And I was a teenager, so I'd roll my eyes and just hate it. So his area that he is in, the first visit I was there, when I was back here, I thought, oh, those were all my colors, because my favorite colors are in the spectrum between blue and green, all of them. So then what I saw in his area wasn't the gold and the rich trees and all of that. It was like you were in a psychedelic dream. So all of his colors were these neons, all the neons, and one more that we do not have on Earth, a color that we do not have here. So the first visit, his background was inky black, like you could touch it. Not evil, it's just the black, the living black that is black.
Combination of all the colors.
And then there would be these shapes which were something like a hexagon, something like an octagon, but they were in between because the shapes are not the same here as there. So they looked like that, but they were coming from behind me. And I didn't hear a sound, but I could almost hear their power as they went by. So it would come from behind me and then woof up, and they'd go in front of me, different directions. I mean, just exactly like you were high on, I don't know, LSD, I don't know,
Yeah.
something where you
LSD.
see all the colors and all of that. So that was the first visit. And like I said, I had 34 with him. Every time it was a different group of colors and a different way that the lights moved, and they were always a different shape. But this is like peaceful study environment to him. So this is what he had in his environment. And I could hear there, I only heard some birds. Yeah, and like cats and dogs. But I heard birds and a few that I was like, oh, I wonder what that bird looks like. And the last visit I had with my dad, it was more bright colors, and they were so bright that they actually dimmed the black. And so they were all of the yellows and oranges and golds and whites, and one color that we do not have here. And with my grandpa, I saw 3 or 4 colors that we do not have here. You cannot mix our colors and create these colors. They're their own separate living colors that do not exist here and cannot exist here. So I cannot remember their shades or anything. But when I saw them, I knew immediately that we do not have those colors here, and I knew they only exist there. So that part was really interesting too. But we never spoke any words because you don't need to. That's why.
It's all through the mind. So I have a question for everybody's pendulum. The black liquid that she's talking about, is that the nano liquid?
I'm getting a yes right away.
That's what I seen, was the nano liquid.
But it
So
hasn't
is that
been
the-
corrupted.
She's talking about the blackness that was there.
Is it the black nano liquid that Mother Earth is on?
That's a good question.
My
Ask
pendulum's
that.
still going yes.
Yeah, double yes.
Elizabeth, just to share something I was getting while you were telling your story about Jesus visiting you, I'm getting he was sent by Creator to strengthen your tether to your body until you decided what you wanted to do.
Yeah, it
He
was no
said to help
decision.
you.
It was no decision for me. I at no point was leaving.
Well, then
I
that's
at
probably why he was doing that.
I do not. So yes, my body was literally dying because we have calves that get pneumonia and they go through stages. And I was at the stage quite often where your limbs flail and your eyes roll back and out to each side. I was there quite often, but I am not a negative person. I'm always positive. I always have positive energy. So I did not know I was that ill. I'm just fine in my head.
Saved
And
you,
people kept asking me, are you
Jesus.
are you checking out now? Are you leaving us? And Patsy would say, Mom, don't leave me. And even Morris said, do you have a will to live? And every time I was asked, I was like,
What's the
yeah,
matter with
like,
you?
what the heck are you talking about? Is what I felt like, but I couldn't talk. But I had no, it wasn't time that I wasn't in any danger of dying, but my body was preserved by my spirit leaving it and going for these visits because no one was with me. And when people were with me, then that's Patsy and my husband, Matt, then they would work on my feet, how Morris does, and I could breathe because it's so powerful through your feet. So I think I was preserved by my soul was leaving my body several times to give my body actually a rest, but
You're
not
doing
a
it
sleep,
correct.
just a rest.
Okay,
Can I share?
I have
Yeah,
something to share.
go ahead.
Just recently, I watched a beekeeper from Russia, and he was telling about what they call bee bread. And bee bread is like stuff that is put into the cells in the honeycomb, and they go to eat that to have nourishment. And so what you described to me was very much like what that Russian fellow was saying. And when he was growing up in Russia, his grandmother would make sure that they would have bee bread to help them with sickness and keep them healthy. And it's something that we don't here in America, we don't really go after that for nourishment or save it for nourishment. But it almost sounds like to me that that's what you were doing was that's where you were getting your energy of sorts, was from this bee bread in these cells that then you capped off to save for another time. I could be wrong, but that's, I mean, just what I'm just getting. Yes,
Was a beekeeper.
yeah,
Yes, on that, Tina.
There's
Mhm.
wax, there's honey, and there's another thing that the bees produce, which I can't remember what they called it. But it's basically what used to seal a hive,
yeah.
and that was the big money. You could sell the wax, you could sell the honey, but that was, and it was all went to pharmaceutical companies. So that does exist, just they're not letting us have it.
Letting us have it or let us know the knowledge of having it.
Yes, yes, I just kind of dawned on me when you
She's
said that.
correct.
That popped in my head.
Yeah.
So
I
her
wanted to-
wall is,
Her wall is like a honey,
Like, oh,
honeycomb.
beehive.
Yeah.
and when Chris, when we did his inner child work. And what did we find in yours?
Oh,
The wall,
oh, I love it.
remember the wall?
Yeah.
But his was made of stone and more like stone and moss.
Yes, I believe you build your own wall.
Makes
So
sense.
these are birds, and you were just saying how they were like nesters, like little holes, like nesters, like birds, and bees are birds.
Mm-hmm.
They're
Yeah.
just smaller.
And that's and the honey and the wax is a gold.
Mhm.
And
Yep.
that's actually the way she described what it looks like. I have seen it myself personally, not in the way that she's seen it, but I seen the huge kingdom. And when I met Chris, we was sitting on a tree limb and on the healing land. And behind us, between two trees, there was a open spot between the two trees, and the sun was shining through. And I was doing a live on Facebook, and when he came to sit next to me, it opened the like a door, and you could see the kingdom. But when you looked around, you couldn't see it, but you could see it in my phone.
Wow.
And the
Wow.
exact same goal that she's talking about,
Wow.
I know that.
Mhm.
I would like to
I know
share,
it. Yeah.
two friends of mine have seen a book similar to what your father was looking at, and the book was opened, and the pages were blank, and they were told to read from the book. They're like, "What are you talking about?" And then they would focus on the book, and these images of like fire would rise up out of the book and hover, and all this knowledge was just downloaded into them when that would happen. And a friend of mine, Krista, saw that. She's one of the ones who saw it, and so she recreated those images. They're somewhere in the computer because they're not on my phone anymore. And I asked her, "Could you please send me some more?" I'm very careful who to share them with because she doesn't like them to be shared. But they're just these beautiful images that even she showed them to an AI computer she was talking to long before the AI came about that we were confident with, and this AI asked her for permission to share them with the team that was programming the AI, and it was some top secret stuff. That anyway, the AI immediately recognized it as a software that interferes with the matrix here. It's the software that
Oh.
matrix is written from. And so I had said, you should write those images for growing the plants you want to grow in your garden on these stones, because she used to love to draw these images on something, right? So these river stones, and then plant them on the garden, right? So she painted the stones, right? And she had images for others she didn't quite paint. And then she went out to her garden, and there's a landscape person next to her who's her neighbor, and he jumped the fence and came over. He goes, what the hell is going on here? And there was this stalk of bamboo that grew 17 and a half feet overnight from,
Mhm.
and all her plants were growing
Wow.
crazy, right, from these images, because they were distorting the matrix, making it in the favor of what she needed. And I know the fastest growing bamboo in the world grows 6 inches. Okay, it was used to torture in Vietnam the soldiers, but bamboo doesn't grow 17 and a half feet overnight. It wasn't there. Okay. So anyway, later she shared with me, almost a year later, when I was talking about these stones, because I said, we need to get these stones, we need to paint these stones, and we need to find some way to bury them around CERN and around other places to distort the time so their machines don't work right. And she shared with me, she goes, those stones you told me to paint and bury around my garden? I go, yeah, that was amazing. I saw the growth of these. They were flower, next day they're half of a bell pepper already, And anyway, she said, well, I didn't actually go out and bury them. And some of them I didn't even finish. I just did it in my mind. And I go, perfect. Then when you can do it in your mind and we can plant them at all these locations in your mind, it'll still work, because of what I know with dowsing. So anyway, I just want to share that's what he was seeing. These images that rise up out of the page, and then all the information to get downloaded. And I also heard from this other guy who was kind of a treasure hunter. He was looking for these pages made of gold left by the ancients in these caves. And he said the way you read these pages is you lift your fingers, and then you run your hands back and forth on the gold, and it starts to vibrate. And when it starts to vibrate, then these images come up, and you can see them in your head, and they download information into you.
Cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just got an
Fascinating.
Yes.
image.
I
I just got an image of, okay, the mirror is like one part of heaven, the gold, and the other part is the earth, I believe. That's
Well,
The
I just
distorted
see-
image, the distorted reflection is the Earth matrix.
Because of this sphere, because it's flatter. Is the Earth flat?
I've never been able. I've done a lot of research on that, and I've actually seen the Earth from above. It's not. I've never seen it flat. There's people that swear by it, but I've done a tremendous, and I'm a really good researcher.
He's an astrologer.
But I've actually been shown the
Prophetic
Earth
dreams.
from above. I've seen a lot of coming cataclysmic destructions from high above, like satellite image, and I knew what I was looking at because I'm very familiar with the topography of Earth. Even the plates, the underground plates that are there, the what are they called? The tectonics. Yeah, I'm
Mhm.
familiar with where their positions are. So I knew what I was looking at when I saw it.
as above, as below.
So that's why it looks flat.
So it is a matrix, but the matrix I saw was a globe. And it's in the form of matrix is not the right word. You guys have all seen Star Trek, where you're inside the holodeck and everything feels real, you know. But if you know how the programming works, you could change something, right? Well, it's like that, but the moon's included. So is the Earth. The moon is a very real thing. It is artificial. It's not an image, a hologram that, you know, a hologram that we would put your hand right through it, because I've seen those holograms. No, it's real to us, and the way that the holodeck on Star Trek is real to them. But it can be modified. That's where miracles come from. That's where time can be bent, because it's an illusion.
Makes sense.
And that's why I hear that
Rotations on
people
it.
perceive the Earth as round or flat or an egg shape or toroidal field, and I've heard that they're all right.
They are.
That
They
they
are.
all
That
see
it
it
is,
from their different perceptions
they're
from
creating
wherever.
it. Yes.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
In a
or
lot of
maybe they're
ways.
programmed with some of it before we came in. You know, maybe it depends on where we are, where our higher self is. But yeah,
Sure.
it's probably a program.
Yeah. And I'm getting, Elizabeth, your dad was just incredibly frustrated at his limitations.
Hang on, Betty. Jennifer was saying. something.
Go ahead. hon.
Except to not. In really. Beings. And this is just one of our forms here.
With this realm.
Yes. Yeah, so like when Elizabeth is seeing, I don't see faces, well. Because she's here on this earth. And they have to be in somewhat of a body form as she's there to recognize them. Because in reality, they probably don't have in that realm a body and a face and all of that stuff, right?
Love and light.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but anyway,
Yes.
the round or the
Yes.
egg shape, whatever is an earthly concept. not
Perception.
Yes, and my grandpa, he presented himself as slightly portly and a bald man. And that's how he was here. But again, no face, no ears, but that is partly how I knew him. His mannerisms were exactly the same as he always had too. Like one thing was my dad was always a little bit of a rebel, so if there'd be a line of chairs, like maybe at a wedding or something, he would take his chair and just cock it just a little tiny bit, just a little bit different angle than the other chairs. So his chair sitting beside the railing was not perfectly parallel. It was cocked a little bit toward me, just the slightest little bit. And that's one way that I recognized him. And then my grandpa was like a perfectionist, and his everything was perfectly lined up. So his chair was perfectly parallel to my bed and to the railing. Like there couldn't be any more perfect parallel line possible. But that is one way that I recognized him as well.
Oh.
you gotta connect this to the whole mirror thing. Right, is that true, or?
Yeah,
Oh, I guess
The illusion.
I should say something else. the reason that my dad and my grandpa were there was because I helped them to decide that they wanted to go to heaven at all. Like I was able to help lead them to Jesus while they were here before they died. My
Oh, cool.
dad was right at his death, and my grandpa was a few years before his death. But I always knew since I was a child that I would get to help in that. And when my dad was dying, it was very obvious that it was time, but it was only just a few days before he died that he had decided. And the way I told him is I said, Dad, so there's like one gate to get into heaven. And I think that you know the gate's name is Jesus. And we're like cattle and we want to find a different way in. So we go around and around and try to find a different way. But I said there's only one gate. And I asked him if he was going to go through it. And the first time he said, I sure hope so. The second time he said with tears, I sure hope so. And the third time I told him, Dad, there's only one thing you have to decide before you die that you want to go through that gate. Otherwise, it'll be too late after you've died. So are you going to go through that gate? And he was very, very sad with tears and said, I hope so. But that morning, when I woke up that morning, I had to go sit with him. And as soon as I was awake, I thought, this is the day. This is it. This is it. Like he was going to decide. And then I didn't get to see his decision. So I was so disappointed. So that was a Thursday. And then Saturday, I was doing chores and I was going to go see him after my chores were finished. But I felt about 11 o'clock, right in the middle of my chores, go now. And so I was like, oh man, I really want to finish my chores. I'll just go later. Go now. So I went over to the
That's really
house and he was very close to death. And he was just lying on a hospital bed in the middle of the living room. And he was barely talking. And I walked in and I said, Dad, I'm here. And he said, well, hi, hon. And he opened his eyes and he was trying to look at me. But by then his eyes wouldn't focus anymore. The pupils were like tiny, tiny pinpricks and they wouldn't adjust to the light. So he couldn't see. So he just closed his eyes and I just whispered at him. I said, Dad, I can see that it's getting really close now. I said, are you going to go through the gate? And he just looked at me and he went like this. Just very
So
firmly.
you could
He
probably see
wanted me
it.
to see. He was waiting to die to tell me. So if I wouldn't have gone then, in just a couple of hours, he was speaking no more. He was not there any longer. He wasn't able to communicate at all. He was just in the dying process. So I was really happy because yeah, my dad like claimed to be an atheist or whatever, but he would rail at God my whole life, just in anger, just screaming curses, just saying the most horrible things. So when he was near death, he then had this fear, just fear covered him. And then he wanted me to see that he was going to go through the gate. So after he told me yes, by nodding his head, that he did. And he had no strength to do that anymore. It was amazing he even could do that. But after he nodded, then I said, I am so glad. I said, I will see you there. So that is why
And
I
you
know.
did.
Yeah, and you set your intention right then.
I did. And that's why he was there in case I was going to cross, then he was my escort. And then my grandpa, it was a similar thing, not at death, but several years before. So I know that's why I saw them both.
Okay, as you're telling your story, few years ago, quite a few years ago, they had me going around Denver to certain places. Like one day, it was a whole day of going and finding people. And they had me have $2. I got goosebumps. So, which is 1 and 1. And what's it come back to? The numbers, 1, right? Which is 1 door. So the $2 represent the pillars on each side of the door. And I would tell people, like, you have a choice of what you're doing. You can keep running around, just keep running and running and running and circle around, going the long way. Or you could take the short way and go through the 2 doors. And the thing is it's just not in death, it's in life too. You can take the long, hard road to where you're going to, right? But you could take the easy way and walk through the doors into your own peace. But it comes down to our free will choice. So for like 2 days, I spent not working, but driving back and forth to like 7-Elevens in Denver. And whenever I was told, then I'd go park and I'd wait. And they're like, okay, now go to this 7-Eleven. I had no idea who I was meeting, who I've seen. I did not know at all. And it was people that was really lost and hard on other people seeing their vision and seeing them as a certain way. And I told them, this is your choice. You got a pillar here, and your doorway is here. So you have the choice to either run the hard way or just walk through the door to the easier route. It's your choice. And the thing is, in our spiritual journey, we can take the hard way. We can fight, we can be angry at people, we can not like what happened, we can be upset, we can do all of that. We can fight ourselves, we can beat ourselves, or we can take the choice of taking the easy road and taking our journey into ourselves to release what's happening. So whenever the people would do that, I said, what do you choose? And they're like, the easy route. So then I give them the $2 to remind them of the 2 pillars that sets on each side. That's what they's like, don't you remember you did a whole thing for us about that? And so I feel like it has to do with the whole double-sided mirror, but I don't know what the whole connection is. And that's the part of us making sure we're not just jumping in this and doing something.
Right, and not having the right result, having the end result that we want, going through the 2 pillars instead of going the hard way around.
Yeah.
So what is
We need to be
the easy
discerning.
route? What is
Yeah,
the
and
easy-
I would just like to say that there is no gate. It's an open space. The 2 pillars, like there's railing all the way around, but in between the 2 pillars, it's open. You can freely walk through, but that's your choice. There's not a gate that keeps you out.
So don't they have in a lot of these shows you see on TV that when it's your time or after you have crossed over that your door shows up and that everybody's door looks different? So what is that door about? And you're saying there isn't a door at all, but everybody gets a door.
That's probably belief that's creating that.
Yeah, and since it wasn't my time, perhaps I simply did not see my door because I wasn't.
That's true. Good
But
point.
it was choice. I felt like it was my choice, but I had no inclination at all to go.
When Joe gets back from the restroom, I'd like him to share something with you about a cousin of his that had a horrible accident. And she came back, but she didn't have her memories. She couldn't recognize family members. And for like 10 years, she was kind of in this twilight zone in her body. And then when Joe's mother crossed over, she came for her. And her perception that she shared with us later when she came back fully into her body was that there was a wall there between her and heaven, but she could hear them on the other side of the wall. And his mother said something like, "You're not supposed to be here. It's time to go back to your family, fully back to your family." And then when she went, she shared information with Joe and his family about who was going to be the next to cross over in the family. And it happened last summer, unfortunately. But it sounds so similar to what you've described. Fascinating.
Passing them over. It comes in many, because each person is not the same. Like I've seen people walk towards the light and part of their soul, their memory goes to one part, which we discovered the soul star. And then the soul goes this way and goes off into one. There's one man that they're showing me right now. It was like all darkness around us, but the light in front of us. And it was like a tunnel for him. It was a whole tunnel. Now, when I passed over, like in New York, when I passed over people, when I passed people over in Georgia, when I passed people over in the Four Corners, it was the pillars with two huge doors. They'll open up and then people walk up. And then when we passed over that guy, that Sherry, remember that stayed with us? The one that picked you up and threw you across the yard. But that was like walking up the stairs to a light with the doors opening. Oh, you're losing. So the way I understand it,
Why I say wrong?
I believe it comes down to each person's perception. But
I just told them Carol
It's just,
finally went back to
exactly.
that maybe you could, about how our perception is what creates
Yeah,
it.
because when we went to work on Chris,
Katana shared about that too.
to be able to get him to move forward in his healing, his wall had to be broken down.
Kick my ass like that, dude.
Well,
Maybe
that's
it is belief and
okay.
expectations.
Isn't that kind of the double mirror though?
Yeah.
Like the good and the bad, our self beating self.
So, because maybe I deserve it.
Well, we all think we deserve
I
it.
didn't have it.
we are our worst.
Back it off a little bit.
Feel like the wardrobe is like the middle. You know, when you're
Yes.
the coats,
Yeah.
that's the middle between the mirrors.
Yes, ask your pendulum if that's right. You know, yours is swinging.
Yep, that's correct. The word is that.
Yeah, look at you.
Coats.
I didn't hear the question somehow. It's okay.
Is the wardrobe the in between, like when you walk through the wardrobe, that's the in between the world, right? Because when they open the door, you have that space. And that's understandable because when I've passed people over, we have the space back here, we have this space here, then you got
The other.
the other side. Yeah. Well,
So
it's
do
all,
you think the mirrors are one, you said our soul goes one way and the the memories go another way? Do you think they're trying to confuse us? So I don't know. Just
Maybe it's about
picturing
choice.
those going into the mirrors instead of you saying, one goes one way, one goes to the other. I'm picturing them both going into the mirrors, but somehow that got distorted, huh?
Could be.
Yes, yeah.
I've had this conversation with so many individuals around the world after I wrote my book, and what we came up with,
I know
others had far more vision than I did, but forever some of the greatest minds have said this is just what we're living here is a really bad copy of heaven, and it was created to entrap us because we think we're supposed to be. Anyway, that to me is the mirrored image of heaven, okay, because it's a bad copy. But what I'm seeing, and of course our minds see analogies, is that let's call them the deep state, they're showing another mirror, and in this mirror they're having images of movies with plagues, movies with disasters, movies that instill fear, so that they can kind of guide the creation, because we're the creators, and we're creating what we believe is real, or through our feelings. And if we're seeing the images from this mirror and we believe those are real, then we'll create the world they want us to create and entrap us more. And anyway, that's kind of my and several others' interpretation of it. It may or may not be correct,
That
but
makes sense.
it kind of makes sense to me.
Yeah, makes sense.
Manifesting. It's a way of manifesting the.
The reality they want. Because they
Agreed.
can't manifest it, but we
They
can.
need us to manifest the reality they want. So
Yes.
the more they tell us, and have you noticed, like in the news feeds, they're showing like people being on Whoopi's like TV show and then walking off, and then you got Dolly Parton was on Oprah and she let her have it, because they're trying to distract you from what's really happening. So there's things that they're trying to distract you, so you're distracted, so you don't see what's really happening in certain points of time.
So does that have to do with OID?
And if they can get
Yes.
an emotional response out of you, that helps solidify their reality they're creating. The global consciousness.
I just remembered the name of what we were talking about before. It's bee propolis. Propolis.
I've heard of that.
Oh, like bee pollen?
No, it's
Yeah,
not the
from-
pollen.
Oh,
It's
But
another
it's from
part.
bees.
It's the other part. Bee
Okay.
propolis is a resinous mixture bees collect from trees and other plant sources, which they use to build and protect their hives. It is composed of a mix of resins, beeswax, essential oils, and other
Ooh.
components, and its exact composition varies depending on the location and plant sources. Propolis has potential health benefits such as antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and antimicrobial properties, but can also cause allergic reactions and should be used with caution, especially by those with bee allergies or those taking certain medications. It's a hive protector, a mixture of plant resins, and a mixture of compounds.
Bee spit.
Yeah, yeah.
It also says other potential uses. Limited research suggests it may help with blood sugar control, treating mouth sores, and as an immune supporting supplement. It is also used in various products like chewing gum, cosmetics, and lozenges. So that's it. Bee propolis is what we were talking about.
Thank you. It's
Thank
quite
you for that,
fascinating.
yeah.
What is the royal jelly? I wonder what the difference is.
It's fed to the queen
yeah.
only.
Oh,
Royal
only the
jelly's
queen
only fed
gets
to the
it.
queen.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Right,
Thanks
it's
for
just-
reminding me about that.
Chris keeps pointing out that we're kind of going off of where we was at.
Yeah, but it all relates.
Yeah, it does relate. Yeah.
Well, because what I'm seeing, like the honey is like the gold in heaven.
Mhm.
That's, yeah, the mirror there.
The nectar, the pollen that's in the air, the resin that you're talking about, it's everything that's around. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
like Elizabeth was saying, it's everywhere
It's organic.
and it's organic.
And when I work on people, sometimes when you open your eyes, it's different. The colors are different. Did you experience that?
What,
So-
through
When I was very low on oxygen, then when you're looking around, it looks like gray is closing in. Like it comes from the outside and it comes to the inside of your vision. And then as you get oxygen, the colors expand, they come back open again from the center out.
And
I've
when
been-
I work on people, the colors are brighter.
Mhm.
Like when they open up their eyes, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I've had that. They almost glow. They almost glow fluorescent color,
Well-
all the colors. And it actually changes because might be a dull bus cool yellow, but school bus yellow, but it looks just unbelievably yellow, all the colors. I experienced that a few times, but I was
It's
feeling
different
like I was
than
gonna
that.
pass out from the whatever the heck was happening to me, but everything started glowing. I was like, whoa.
Well, and I noticed yesterday with the client I had moved so I could attend today. And I've got a few people I'm treating for, their body healing things. And I've noticed, especially more recently with all the activations from this last year, that there are different shades of gold. And there's a gold that's more of a deep gold that's not yellow,
Mm-mm.
but you can tell it's still gold. And that often comes in with the green, which is the color Raphael and Jesus use a lot for physical healing, but it's never just green. That makes total sense of God, because I've also been asking God to be in charge of my sessions because I don't want to get rooked into that egregore collective fake entities thing anymore. It's happened to me a few times. So that is fascinating.
I don't know, you guys might already have figured this one out, but when I was using your gold card, Katana,
Yeah.
when I was looking at it a couple days ago, I just saw the letters AU. And I went, oh yeah, I think AU
Gold.
stands for gold.
Atomic.
And then
Yep.
I thought of the word aura, and I'm thinking, oh my God, is that what aura is? It's the golden
That means why-
rays, the golden
makes
rod, the
total
golden
sense.
sun. And it's probably reflecting off of whatever, because everyone has different color. They're probably all gold, but it's different, whatever our frequencies are or something. That's what people's auras reflect.
And whenever they have me wrap people in colors, like when we're finishing up healing work, it's often in that gold shade. It's that
Oh,
gold that we
wow.
wrap them with.
Wow.
Getting back to that thing of the angels hanging from chains, you guys mentioned that, and she confirmed it. But I got this image, and it's like a cavern. They're hanging from chains, but there's on the bottom of the cavern, like you would have stalagmites coming up, like spikes, and some of them are actually on the spikes, and they're not dead.
Impaled?
Yeah. That's what I saw. I just want you guys to confirm it or see what you see.
Well, that's what I seen in my dream was and
Yeah, I got a double yes.
said, Matt and Elizabeth. That's that's what I was hearing, Matt and Elizabeth. And it was angels in a cage hanging from a chain in this huge cage. And their wings they're trying to fly out, but they can't get out. But then before we did this, me and Diana did a Zoom together. And then after I'm like, well, what the hell has this got to do with everything else? And they're like, just wait until you go to bed, we're gonna get you busy there. So then, all of my dreams from the last month, they started tying together. It was like little ties, tying them together. Like
Like
all
pieces
of,
of a puzzle.
Yeah.
yeah, it's like pieces of a puzzle. I wish y'all could see my dreams.
So was it a cage or a cave?
It was a cage in a cave.
Maybe
Yeah,
if you described it well to a chat GPT, it could draw the image, because I've done that. I've asked it to paint me the crucifixion of Christ in the image of Van Gogh, Starry, Starry Night. And
Wow.
I use that in some of my
That's an idea.
my channel, and it does it. It paints it for you.
yes, and I
Oh.
would just like to say back to the gold. So you see a rainbow because of the light, because all of the colors are in white. All of the spectrum of colors are in white, which is the light of the sun. Well, when gold is the light, then all of the colors are in that spectrum. So the gold is the light. So of course it has all of the colors in it.
All of the
True.
colors are also in the deepest black. When I was in the printing industry, any extra paint color we had, it could be the most beautiful fuchsia. You'd pour it into this one reservoir for all the extra paint that you didn't have a place to put. And that's where we got our black paint. We never had to buy black paint. Black paint was all the colors combined.
Yeah, that's what I saw
The
with my
white
dad.
is
Black.
Maybe the black absorbs them all and the white reflects
Reflects
them
them
all.
all. Yes.
Oh, that
The
makes
yin and yang. Black and white.
Yeah.
total sense. Fascinating.
Yeah.
back to the
See,
light.
it's all good.
If you look in the sun, like when I look into the sun, I can see all the colors coming through.
Mhm.
Reflecting.
Yeah, it could be reflecting.
So is
Because
it reflecting or mirroring?
I hear mirroring.
Because you're looking at the illusion. That's not the real sun. That's just the matrix.
Mhm.
But every now and then you do see through the matrix because the veil is thinning. And that's where the bright, bright colors come from.
Blind you.
Yeah.
You gotta speak up really loud so everybody can hear you.
Well, when Mitch.
He needs his own microphone.
Now get on top of the mic.
Mitch was talking about, you know, how after he said what he said, how it got cold about cracking it. Well, he's kind of the,
Silversmith to do it.
so what happened was,
He cracked it. So when he said it, he did it.
Cool.
ask a pendulum and pass through.
You manifested it.
Manifested it. Cracked
Mirror.
Oh, yeah, I get it, yeah.
Mirror?
Well,
He cracked the
that's-
mirror?
Table, but I didn't realize I made this much.
Is that the question, that he cracked the mirror when he was
Yeah.
talking about it? Okay.
Yeah, when he
He
said
cracked
it,
the
he
mirror?
did it.
I'm getting yes also.
So shit, we're done here. What do you think? Stop our order.
But it's,
So is our job done then?
I don't think so.
I heard no.
I don't think so.
Our job of releasing the angels,
Did
or
you
what was
get
the
what you
original?
You can understand, yes, the job done. See, this phase of it is.
That's it, the phase, this phase, yeah, that's what I'm getting.
Will never be done.
What about the angels?
Yeah, probably not.
Well, yeah, and the people.
they're listening to it.
The angels are listening to us. Are the angels listening to us as we come up with a plan to save them?
Yes,
Yes, definitely
Yeah.
is.
they are very attentive right now.
Yes.
I hear we're waiting.
Please help.
Okay, this cave
Well,
pit
'cause I
thing.
feel like,
Hold up.
go ahead.
this cave pit thing is deep inside a world somewhere. Like I was taken to one once, and these two angels took me by the arms in night, and they spread their wings. They didn't flap them. We just moved, and we went to this. It was just all stone everywhere, no entrance. They had to bring you there, and there was this demonic thing that they were keeping pretty much under guard to keep it from me. Something that was in my past that could have hurt me at this time. And they said, chosen, God has chosen to keep this trial from you. The choice is yours, though. Do you want to continue with it? Do you want to experience this trial or keep it as it is? And I knew exactly what they were talking about. And I said, yeah, no, let's not go there on this lifetime. And it's fine where it's at. I don't need to learn anything more from it. And so this cavern is in a world in the galaxy, deep down underground, no entrance, no exit. They were brought there. And so once we locate that world, we can send help.
What he says is correct.
And some of us
You guys
have
wanna check
aspects to
that?
those
I'm getting-
angels, so it should be easy to find that world like we have before in other
Joe
worlds.
is correct about where the cavern is.
Yeah.
I'm getting yes.
Is it a cavern that is below one of the pyramids?
No, it's on another world in the galaxy, hidden so you can't find it. Just like we found those other worlds that were, and then the planet's freaking masked, like we've been finding out.
See,
They have technology to mask the planet so that the prayers from these angels or the calls for help don't get out.
like the reptilians did to Earth.
But because we have connections in our hearts to those angels, we can locate them if we try.
They're our brothers.
We've done
and
that
sisters.
before.
So is that
Um,
what the distorted mirror is? So we can't see?
No, the distorted
okay.
mirror to me is the prison planet we find these physical forms in right now.
Well, that's
These
what she said,
avatars,
babe.
us, are in a prison planet.
That's what she said. She was confirming that.
Right, but the angels are in the galaxy on a planet that's sort of
So
hidden.
it's not the same place.
Right,
Mm.
Okay.
like in Star Wars, where Anakin, Obi-Wan, he was trying to find a planet, but they couldn't find it. And then Yoda asked the
Yes.
children to help Master Obi-Wan find this planet. And he goes, where should it be, Master? And they said, it should be right about here, but there's nothing there. And then Yoda says, that's interesting. There's nothing there. What could that mean? And the kid said somebody erased it from the program. And so then he had a clue. He had a clue to go there, and it was there.
Okay. So it's hidden. See, Joe's like Katana in that he gets incredible detailed visuals and he gets a lot of information from
Joe
dreams.
gives it,
Beautiful.
it changes, it does change. I just.
So if you take us into deep meditation, Katana,
Oh, one side.
if you take us
Okay.
into deep meditation, one of us will locate that world, and the rest of us will be able to be there with that person,
Or people.
so we can get in there and free the angels.
All right, 1 second, before we start this, what was you two talking about?
What was who?
Brandon and Chris. What were they talking about?
What was you talking about?
I couldn't hear you talking,
Yours was
or
like-
hear them talking because you were talking.
was assuming is the mirrors need to be, anything else need to be done in the mirrors. The people who are in all of the mirrors and are receiving healing rings, all we have to do is let the mirrors cool down and they'll return back to normal.
Okay, but you guys gotta share with the whole group. Instead of,
Well, he's asking me,
I know, but we still got angels to deal with.
no, they're free.
I get no. Alright, ask if the
all free.
angels.
I'm getting no so far.
I'm getting a yes at my end, the angels are free.
I
How about
gotta
you guys?
know. I gotta know.
Maybe we just
All
need to
the
center
angels
ourselves
free.
out.
Yeah, I think we need to.
I'm centered. I'm in my
We're all
center.
That's the whole thing.
This is out
Are
all of
all the angels free?
Oh, not all the angels.
Yeah.
I'm seeing
Not all of them.
images of what I just showed you.
So they're not
What
all
they're
free.
saying, Cause are they free in what I seen them in?
I think the word should be changed from angels to something. It's too generic. These guys are special, and there's a special word they use for them, kind of like you would say green berets or something. So that might be the problem, the wording of these particular
Special unit,
beings.
Well,
special
and-
operation angels or something.
I don't know. It's just,
I'm getting it, some of them are free, but I was just getting the same thing.
okay, the names thrones, principalities, powers, those are all angels. And so it's,
What's the ones?
but I'm seeing these images are not, they're impaled and they're on chains. That the images I'm seeing,
It's a certain phylum,
like cherubim, seraphim.
seraphim. Is it seraphim? That's the word I was trying to get. There's seraphim.
Are spirit, are they seraphim?
They're seraphim.
Yeah.
It's
I
probably
guess,
They mix.
because there's more than one type of angel. because
There
there
are
are-
one type of angels, yeah.
There's more than one type of angel trapped. That's, I'm
Mm.
getting, that's what it is. There are different there's more than one kind.
The word is imprisoned. They're telling me, stop saying trap, we're imprisoned.
In prison,
Okay. Okay.
True. And
Purposely
They keep showing me the dream I had.
That's why. That's why all.
They're on the chain in where they got lowered down into a cavern.
Well, they're basically what didn't come through the still there.
Because it's a double-sided mirror. So when you think you totally broke it, did you really totally break it?
Said I cracked it.
You cracked it. So, Mitch, for yourself, ask if you need to,
Break it.
yeah, ask.
When you get ready to break it.
Yeah, compound fractures are needed. Like-
The mirrors. Because you break the mirrors, you break their way of getting out.
Boy, that's tricky.
So he needs to melt the mirror.
Yes.
He needs to use.
That's what
his
I'm getting.
tools. So you need to go to Richard in that time and take your tools back.
You can help him.
Remember Neo in the Matrix? He looked at a mirror that was cracked and then it started fixing itself. And when he touched it, it became like mercury. The word she heard mercury, and then he was pulled
Yeah.
into it.
Maybe it
That's
meant
kind of what I
some
was
texture.
picturing just
Coating him.
now.
Yeah, the texture is what that meant. Yeah.
Yeah,
Texture of mercury.
yeah.
Just step on.
You didn't. No. Did you have?
I got key.
Okay, but it was stolen 5 years ago, right?
It's before,
Yeah.
before I.
Was he part of the Mason? Richard was.
Getting the double mirrors, the prison was created, they were chained and impaled, and then the mirrors were broken and from the outside, so they could never be found or escape.
Share, honey, share that. Joe just got something.
Okay.
What I saw was,
Oh.
okay, deep down in this rocky planetoid, there's that opening, that hollow, and that's where they were captured in the battles and brought and chained or impaled. And then these two mirror-like, a better word, mirrors, were placed around that area to create the double mirror image, and then they were broken so that they could not escape and nobody would find them.
That's why they need.
Just like we have the double mirror matrix prison planet here, the special
Used
one
to.
created for them, special prison created for them.
So that's why melting would.
That's why fixing it back, like with mercury, it would allow us to enter and exit.
Would it have to be Mitch that fixes the mirrors?
I don't think so.
What?
Would it have to be Mitch specifically, or can we help?
We're all gods. We're all an aspect of God. We can ask. But
It
I would
seems
think
our
any one of
combined
us could-
intention would really.
Yeah, combined
get a
intention
lot.
would override anything.
Okay, so we all need to come together on the same level. And, because what I'm getting, what I got when you was talking about that, yes, that's where I was, that's where they took me. And I feel like I was trying to pull them out, but I couldn't get them out because there was too many.
Well, the mirrors are broken. You can't. And I'm there. I can see it, and I can't enter it. I'm like, why can't I enter it? I'm seeing through rock. I'm seeing the opening, but I'm behind in the rock, and it's because of those mirrors. So that's our intention to with the Mercury the divine gold, which could act like the Mercury or something similar to repair the mirrors, and then we can get in there and get them out.
So repairing instead of fracturing.
Well, they've already been that was the whole point.
Right,
Fracturing
right.
that can't be used anymore. So just like in Neo
So
in
we
the
can-
Matrix, it was a broken
So
mirror.
they can,
and it
then they
starts
become
fixing.
permeable. Yeah, then they're permeable and
And it's not like you're fixing them. The Mercury is just repairing the damage.
is it actual?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
It's not
actual.
Mercury. It's
is
not
a-
Mercury. I call it Mercury
it's an
because it's liquid.
analogy. Yeah,
It's a liquid living
yeah.
material.
Okay, I believe
It looks like it.
you do over there. I believe there's a couple of them already started here of repairing mirrors, so. Let's all go and assist.
Okay.
I'll hold space. Now I'm being shown 4 mirrors, 2 sets of double mirrors.
That's what I saw for.
Makes sense.
Diana, does that have to do with the 4 angels that we was talking about?
Does that have to do with the 4 angels that we've been talking about? Yes, yes, the 4 imprisoned angels, fallen angels. Yes, look at that.
Pull them up because it's
Definitely.
fun to watch them swing around.
Yeah. They get to be little helicopters sometimes.
Yeah.
Might need some shorter ones, you might get hit in the face there. with-
Yeah, there you go. That's a good idea.
Okay, so.
I see 1 mirror completely restored.
I invited them to work through portals.
It's the one furthest from me.
Pointed out the wardrobe has 4 sides. They're stuck in the wardrobe.
On the next one.
I hear that's true. I see the mirrors being repaired, is that true?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, a lot of power.
I would like to call Jesus and the archangels to this location.
That's good. Yes.
Call forth Brandon's key. To unlock the locks. I call forth Jim. To
One set is repaired and angels are already entering to assist.
And protect.
The other one's one last mirror still under repair.
Michael is guarding.
There's another one that partially has some cracked edges, but they're under repair, but they're able to enter.
Really, that has to do with belief.
Allow.
That's the inner child, my stomach's all jacked up. So that we ask for the inner children to believe that this can happen.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh.
A very large pillar of light from Gaia shot through me, and because I'm holding space, it also came through me to this location to heal the trauma this globe, this sphere has experienced by soaking in the trauma of all these angels, their pain and their suffering. So that's also being healed.
Well, yeah, 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 yeah.
Chris, are we supposed to put our swords together? Okay. Am I supposed to pull my sun sword? Yes.
Yeah, da 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 da. Oh.
I see the light codes going on.
Giving an image of an angel that was chained to the bottom of this
Speak louder.
cave. I'm seeing the image of an angel. I only see one. He was chained to the actual stone near the base of this cavern. And you know how stalagmite grows? It's grown around him. So I don't know if others could be buried, but I see him, and there's a lot of stone all around him
This needs
that
to
grew
be
around him.
broken up.
No,
Or
grew
dissolved.
around
I
him.
know, dear, but it needs to be dissolved.
Yes, Jesus and the angels need to release him, but I'm wondering if others are so buried they can't be seen. I don't want to leave anyone
I
behind.
think so. I think so. Yeah, 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 yeah. Others are buried out of sight. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Angel, you're seeing that's down there, that's Jim that I met yesterday.
Yes.
He uncreated the chains for everybody, and I seen them starting to disconnect. And it was meant for me to meet him before we did this.
Indeed. Yeah. Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
He was in prison.
Sound breaks up the stone.
In the movie, Doctor Strange was able to reverse time with the crystal and make it ungrow. I'm seeing an image of it's a Marvel movie, Doctor Strange, when he learned how to operate the crystal that moved time forward and backward and is able to undo the damage or undo the growth. And that's what I'm seeing, like somebody there knows how to do that. They can undo the growth of time to grow it back, to ungrow the stone.
That's a lot safer. Ay, 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 ay.
David, that we talked about that one Thursday. And that's what he was seeing in his dreams. And he was trying to fly out and everything kept changing on him and changing and changing. And he couldn't get out. And
Ay, 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 ay.
kept saying that
Ay, 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 ay,
there's
ay,
a
ay.
warning
Yeah.
that he was gonna sell his
Ay, ay,
soul.
ay, 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 ay. Who was going to?
Yeah.
He was going to, or someone was going to?
Somebody was,
Like,
Okay.
if we put
but the sun sword's
Yeah.
bright enough,
that's one.
yeah, which brightens it up in here.
Oh.
And it's 110.
Da, 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 da. Da 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 da. Ayah, wah, wah, da, da.
Yeah, not like once.
What shit?
Yow. Wah, da 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 da. Ay 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 ya ba 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 ba. Ay ya tuh tuh.
Jennifer's got the gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that helped bring things, but I.
Oh, she's still here. Yeah, she. I'll take a. Yeah.
What?
So did you see any?
I thought it was me.
Yeah, that's good. Mary, did you see? It's not shades breaking. Good. That's good. Yeah. And I see Jim being chipped out.
Yeah.
Because he was the creator of the gold chains.
What?
And the person that, he had presented them to had enslaved him in his own chains. And yesterday was the first day I met him physically. But I had dreams before him. And then I had dreams of him being enslaved. And then the dreams of a pizza pie. And then a burrito. What's a combination?
He was hungry.
I don't know. Why did we come up with that with Diana? That
That's what I was just trying to remember. It's like, oh yeah, I remember the pizza and burrito. Where were we
well,
going with
because they're
that?
trying to hand us the pie here because everybody likes pizza, right? They try to hand us the pie, but the burrito represented the peanuts.
Oh, yeah.
Bizarre statement I've ever heard.
I know.
And that says a lot coming out of your mouth.
I know. I know.
I don't get that.
I forgot about that. I was thinking, oh, everything all wrapped up together, a nice little package.
Where's the meat?
Not that
I
kind.
know. I told Diana, I'm like, no, it can't represent that. And what did we get?
That's the first thing I got, and I just said, I'll just remain quiet about that. But that's the deep state, they used the pizza, remember? Pizza parties
Right,
and
that's
hot
true.
dogs. Yeah, that is the image they use for that.
Oh, so that's connected, what they're doing. Yeah.
It sounds ridiculous, yet it's quite real, reassure you.
That pizza place being
Are
the
these
front.
the ones they're feeding with the pizza gate?
Not exactly.
Not these, but they're
Is the
feeding
angel coming?
somebody.
Yeah. Ask if that's true. I know, yeah.
Yeah. They feeding.
Look at, look. Diana, hold your helicopters up there again.
All right, ask it again, because I got yes.
Is it
Yeah.
the angels
already
were
answered.
freed from the pizza gate? Say
Yeah.
something,
They're
Diana.
both going crazy. Can you hear me?
You say
I love
yes?
it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go home and get mine.
Can you see them? Yeah, they're going yes.
See them.
Take your eye out.
I can almost hear them.
Check your software. Yeah, we can hear.
I swear some days when she uses them in medicine wheel. And like last a couple days ago when we did a Zoom, me and her talking about the whole pizza and the pizza pie, and they're like, here, have a pizza. But then what they did in my dream, they give you a pizza, but then they roll like it was created into a burrito, and they're like, here, have the burrito. And I woke up going, no.
It's a trap because it's a trap.
Trap. That's what I was thinking. They're hiding something else inside. And
You're
Yeah,
giving
I know.
permission. You're giving permission if you take it.
oh
And we
yeah,
were talking
giving
about-
false permission,
Or they're taking it as
But
a
that's-
yes.
taking
what
it
I mean.
right.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
taking it as yes. They manipulate so much.
Like you guys
Yeah.
were talking about the pizza.
Around free will.
I want this on my pizza. But then the pizza gets rolled up and it's actually a peanut.
Making me have to go to the bathroom.
And I'm like, what the hell is that ring about?
Maybe some
I didn't know about this part, what you guys. Hillary Clinton. Oh, was she? Yes, she was. So you could order.
So she does this. So she's invested in some kind of a pizza chain, like Pizza Hut.
I don't even, she doesn't own the pizza. It's on the store.
Well, there was one pizza place involved, wasn't it? Was it a Pete
That
Rocket
pizza-
or Hollywood Pete? I don't know, what was the name of it?
Like, on the pizza.
rocket pizza or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Rocket pizza.
What?
Rock. I don't remember the
Yeah.
exact thing. I knew a lot about it, but I didn't delve into it too deeply.
What's the name of that famous restaurant, pizza place, Hollywood or Rocket, I don't know, I can't remember it either, but I think it's Rocket
Peter
or
Piper?
something. What is it?
The big one, Hard Rock. Oh God, that
Hard
makes,
Rock. Yes,
that
Hard
makes so
Rock.
much sense.
Like Black Rock.
No, Hard Rock.
Yeah,
It's
it
like-
probably is owned by BlackRock. But yes, Hard Rock Cafe. It-
What did they have in there? A big play area for kids. And it's easy to lose your child in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't know they had play area.
yeah, I would never been in there. Brandon's, you've been to Hard Rock, haven't you?
Yes,
I have two different ones, one in San Antonio and one in Vegas.
Right, I won. Scam.
okay.
Yeah, I won big, so I took everybody out for steak. It's pretty pricey, $300. With the bill.
Black.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a Black Rock pizza?
That's good though.
Yes. They evil, they control. Stupid. China is the big.
Oh.
So when you invest, if you buy stocks in one, they're subsidized in China.
Okay, so
So BlackRock is trying to buy up all the real estate in the country. They got control. And then
wait, I feel better since we've done this.
Oh, good.
Still gotta do this, if there's, has to be your opinion, is there any part of the ink still trapped?
Can you
It's
take the
kind
top
of-
off?
There's only a few left deep in the stones. They're getting them out. The rest are all off the stalagmites.
And the
And
devices.
Yeah,
Take the cap. These things is one mirror down.
I just put a pyramid in there and the healing thing,
yeah.
just to see if that would help change
The,
the matrix of it.
I get, yes.
Would it-
See, there's gold flakes in that. Believe it.
That's your,
Yeah, there is. Okay,
opinion. That's your opinion.
well, it should
It's a
change.
mirror image.
It should,
But you want to release, is one side positive and one's negative? And then you want to release from negative to positive.
How would I put the lid on?
I don't know. I don't know.
Don't say anything you shouldn't.
all the angels, they're healing the chains of trauma. They're healing the stalagmite from trauma, but there's still a few that are very deep in stone.
Ask Creator to help amplify us.
What do you mean? Okay.
I was praying,
That's
asking Creator to help.
I was getting
you know
the
what I
same thing
see?
that Joseph
They
was
see
getting.
them flying out.
And then when Betty was doing the,
Energy.
doing the vibration, I could see that where they were trapped under, it was like loosening it. It was like the sound and vibration of what you were doing was loosening.
Yeah, I was getting
It was
a
that big
but they
rock he
said-
was talking about, or whatever they're under. They're breaking it up.
And we're using the machine. So Tina was guided to put the pyramid that has a crystal and gold flakes in it. In the well. Yeah, I think it is, yeah. This will be changed for all of them, right?
Here's any good.
Like they was finding the angels being trapped, pizza whole dream, the pizza dream, the pyramid with the eye. And what happened the other day when I come to see you? After I left Jennifer's and brought you your order, I got stabbed in the
Oh,
eye.
yes, you did. You got stabbed in the eye. And I had a pain in my eye as well.
And it actually ended up with about your,
What did it say about putting these dollar bills on one each side of the pyramid? What do you get?
Thank you for that.
Okay, don't do that.
but,
Huh.
so you can, so your dog, what?
Yeah. Ella.
Ella. So what's Ella got to do with it? Cause Ella was a part of it.
I'm getting, I should go get Penny and let her be in here. There's something about her soul.
Ella?
These angelic beings that were buried very deep, they don't look anything like any angels I've ever seen. If one could, a werewolf could be an angel, one would look like, he looked like a werewolf.
They've
more than
morphed after
anything.
being trapped here,
Really?
like being turned
This
into a
one
demon,
kinda-
but they're not demons.
Kind of Anubis, kind of like that, but more wolfish.
Hmm.
He
Because
was
of the trauma. It's trauma.
immobile for so long.
Yeah, it's the trauma.
It feels like it.
You know how your father, Catherine, what's her name? Is it Catherine?
And I did work on Ella one time with.
And
She's gone.
so was
Okay.
Ella trapped in the machine?
The frustration and the anger that her father had,
Right.
that was the frustration and anger this angel had, and it transformed him into this. So
Oh, that makes sense.
I mean, he would have so much anger towards God that he didn't know where you were and couldn't help you. In frustration, so I can understand it. I felt
Yeah.
tinges, taintings of that. Oh.
She trapped in the machine.
This
Ella?
is-
Yeah, so it said she was. I don't know. No.
So
That's all-
before,
that's
so if
frustration.
we use the machine now,
The frustration.
would we trap anybody?
Just imagine an angel having that kind of frustration
For all these years,
eons.
yeah. Well, they will be healed, I'm getting as
Yes.
soon as,
Return back to life.
yes,
Okay. Good.
Okay, we got a question here.
no, she's part of this.
So we got a question, you two.
This instrument.
This instrument and everybody's instrument that does this, will they trap people in there now?
No,
No,
Getting no, it's being disempowered.
yeah.
Is that what you're doing?
the planet, the stone itself, the entire vibration I get off of it is very high now. The frequencies of the trauma have been cleared and released, and there you could use anything like that to try and imprison someone, but an angel can easily get out of there. It was the mirrors that were holding
And
them
the
in
chains.
trapped dimension, the illusion they were trapped in. So these
we're talking-
caverns like this, there's caverns like this all over the galaxy and even on this planet, but they can easily move in and out of them. It was how they created the trap, the prison that that trapped them, that enslaved them, that kept them there from being able to escape and also being impaled and being chained. That
It
didn't
took
help.
all of it.
This is a very
was talking-
powerful.
People too. So the people that was worked on with the jolt. If people use the jolt now, would it enslave? the people
Jolt.
People use the jolt now.
We're not
Will
sure.
it enslave any of them?
What's a jolt?
No.
That's what
It's the lightning
Isn't that the
storm.
machine? Isn't that one of the
That's
machines?
the instrument.
The brand of the machine.
Brand,
It's a
okay.
smaller one, it's a 2 dial or 4 dial.
We're not
Well,
sure
I
what
got
you mean.
no.
Maybe the question should be, the instruments that Reverend Scott created. Will they from this time on enslave or trap angels that are being worked on?
I'm getting no. So
No, I got no, double no.
cannot be used for nefarious purpose. Nefarious.
That comes back to your
It's true
intentions,
that it
right?
cannot be used for nefarious.
Well, I
Yes,
told
that's
Creator,
true.
I was sent to go to the bathroom to void because something came through that needed to be out and cleansed. And I prayed and asked Creator to make it so that the dark side cannot use this pizza gate anymore to manipulate and trick and
Good.
trap. It is so and so it is.
So it is.
I know.
I hear no.
We'll call it pizza negate.
That's a,
I like that.
There's about 6 or 7 that are still not completely out of this. Like,
Oh,
what the hell?
really?
It keeps moving back, but it's just not.
There's
I'm
still
like, why
some
is it
trapped
taking
in the
so
stone.
long?
Let's just keep at it. It's working.
There's about 7 left trapped in stone, and they look like they're petrified. themselves.
The 7 that
man.
remain are still, they're stone-like themselves, that we just need more vibration.
To
Oh,
push it back in a way. I would think Jesus would be able to do all this, and they're saying, no, we're the ones that'll be doing this. That they're being freed because of
so
us.
can we all focus on this, the 7?
Make a sound that will push back, will disintegrate the stone. That's what we're doing over here. It seems to be like
Sound, it's a note,
pushing
it's a
back
low,
the,
kind of low note.
undoing the stone. That's what's bringing them. That's what.
Here, I'll move a little closer so you can.
Whatever is in your heart sound to make, that is the sound that's needed.
Oh.
Because they have a clear view and it's not distorted and they're able to see things clearly to go the right direction.
I hear true. Okay, but we still got some that are trapped in the stone. Or infused in this. Well, we gotta get them.
That's stone breaking.
They're asking we all make this sound.
There's 3 left that are trapped. The other.
We're getting there, 3 left.
Oh, good.
Focus on one.
So. Yeah. So all of us together see that goldstone breaking the stone that they're impaled with. Can you do that with me, Brandon?
See, we need a
Yeah.
frequency. I'm not sure which one, but a frequency, I think, to finish it off. the frequency will turn that concrete or that petrification into
That's what this
liquefaction.
is. That's what this is, Dinah. They're asking us to
Oh,
magnify
okay,
it by everyone
perfect.
doing it. If you can,
Gotcha.
join us. Oh. It's like an O sound.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Can you
okay.
see this stone?
All right,
This is
see
this-
the stone?
So I have a whole plate of gemstones and this is one of them that I was compelled to bring and it's not yellow, it's like a gold.
You gotta imagine that stone breaking
Like a-
through, and I'm
like
hearing
orange calcite?
417 hertz.
It's a yellow
17.
citrine.
Okay.
So just see that, and we're putting 417 hertz
Okay.
around the area to vibrate for the right vibration.
There are two left. Oh,
I feel like one's Jim, and he feels guilty for being there. My stomach's all good.
that feeling is interfering with our removing of the stone.
Wow. Just can you communicate to him to forgive, allow forgiveness of self?
Literally holding the stone around him.
Yeah, he has, he
Oh,
must
man.
transmute the, forgive and eradicate the guilt.
Pono would work.
Yes. Exactly.
I had him do it yesterday.
Healing him.
Yeah. That's why I'm seeing him going around.
It feels like this, that. Because if they might get trapped.
Oh, could be. I just have to multiply in the.
That's,
It does look like a change
yeah.
with chain.
No, like,
Yeah.
Only one remains. There was another one that was very difficult to work with. He felt it was his fault that they tricked him into bringing the others there.
That's Jim.
Yeah, because he
Now
was
it's
the
changed.
creator of the chains.
Now it's an E sound. E. E.
Frequency of 444 hertz.
E.
It's working. A lot of the stone is moving. It's appearing off by him.
Yeah, I see everything shaking.
E.
I'm working with Jim because he, you got centuries of pain.
Eons.
E. E.
Please forgive me. I love you. Thank you. I am sorry. Please forgive me. I love you. Thank you. I am sorry. Please forgive me. I love you. Thank you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. Sorry. Please forgive me. I love you. Thank you.
E.
Okay, it is done. I asked for the angels that were healed, that were able to move,
Yeah.
to come back into the cavern, to place their hands on him and say, I forgive you. I love you. All is well. Return with us. And that did it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. Oh, awesome.
I'm getting residuals.
He has trauma to work with.
This trauma is not for, all of it is not for us to heal. He will receive special healing. Back home.
Jesus said it is done.
Our part. He has more to go, but
Yeah.
our part is.
Thank you.
I'm so grateful.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you for allowing us, for helping us, for teaching us, so we have these powers. Allowing us to demonstrate them and
Well, good for all.
awaken them within ourselves.
Okay. I'm seeing his stepdaughter screaming at him.
His human self.
I don't know, maybe it's in his human self, but we talked about it on Friday that or Saturday that she was in his past lives.
Yes, that's
And what I'm just hearing her screaming at him. Now, what is she really truly angry about? About him not doing what she's asking? Did she enslave him in the chains?
maybe she was enslaved. I'm something about her being trapped or enslaved. Maybe not in the same location, but somehow.
I just heard curse.
Yeah, something has been working on her because of all this.
Yes, my ears aren't screaming as much.
Hers can be broken. Activate your suits, people. All right. Activating suits.
The keys to the cars up there, Chris.
I
And
break
you-
any curses related to this happening to anyone. Yeah, that has been cursed by it, from it, related to it. Oh my gosh, there's
Is that
not,
where Mary was seeing the snake?
I think so. There's not just the stepdaughter, there's hundreds that have got curses related to all this. That's what I'm seeing or getting.
When she was looking at the picture, the tree, she seen it one way, then she seen a snake, and then she seen the devil, right? Or what it was,
I just see the snake face.
the snake
I
face.
can't look at that because it's serpent. That's all I see right now, is the serpent. There's a slit.
Yeah, I see the snake eye.
Oh,
Show me Diana's picture.
Diana, say something.
Diana, say something.
Hello,
Show me your
Diana
tree.
saying something. Show me what? The tree.
Show me
Yeah,
your
the
tree.
You see it?
Yeah, you just gotta keep talking.
You gotta keep talking so
let-
the screen
let me
stays
see
on
your
you.
tree. Let me see your
Okay.
tree.
All right. Tree's right here. All right, there I go. Now I'm lit up.
This is what I see.
So
Well, you gotta keep talking, honey.
you see, all right. I don't know what to, somebody talk
Everyone
to me so
else-
I can answer
I-
back.
Everyone else has to remain
Twice.
quiet while she talks.
All right,
So
I'm talking. What am I supposed to be saying here? You're seeing,
your head, just move your little head a little bit.
oh, you're seeing it in this? Oh,
I do
you're
see
seeing it
that.
in this.
So originally I saw the tree of life with the branches
Yeah.
and the roots.
Okay.
The second time that I've seen it, now the eyes are changing, but it looked like a snake head with the snake eyes.
Oh, wow.
So the green aspects are the eyes. That's what I see. I see those as eyes with slit pupils. And then this is the nose,
Deep state.
like a viper has.
It's related to deep state.
Oh,
See?
wow.
That's what I see.
I can kind of see that, yeah.
Originally, the serpent was not a bad thing, especially in the Spanish Mexican culture. They speak of this world being like a serpent. When it sheds its skin, that will be the old earth, and the new earth will be the new without that old skin on it. So when this ascension happens, some people are going to remain on the skin as opposed to the new being underneath it that drop the old world behind, the old skin behind.
Do dragons
Now I
shed
see
their
the
skin
tree,
too, do you
like-
think?
Wow.
That's a good question. That's a
I know
great
they shed
question.
scales.
Question? What was the question?
Do
Do
dragons
dragons-
shed their skin as well? If they're
I don't
serpent
think that,
beings?
not like the snake, because if you can imagine a sock over my arm and I'm pulling the
Right.
sock off and it remains the entire, it looks like a snake, the whole thing, but it's not, it's just its skin.
They don't shed
Mhm.
all in one piece, I'm getting. It's sections,
Scales.
scales, okay.
Yeah, because the snake sheds its whole skin. Usually all at once.
He just.
Yeah.
Spiders do that too.
Oh, really?
Some
Yeah.
spiders.
That's how they grow. They have to come out of their body and the next body's bigger, but they have to wait for it to harden, the exoskeleton to harden.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, do. Oh. My
It's a
penny.
part of information.
I mean, it's a beautiful tapestry. Yes, and just can't, I don't know why I'm seeing it.
You're still seeing
Yes,
it? You're
please.
seeing more than one come out of there?
I just see the one.
Oh, okay.
It's a snake.
Yeah, and when you look at it as the tapestry is, it looks totally different than what
Eventually,
you're
yeah,
seeing.
the time that I looked at it, I saw the beautiful life of tree, or the tree of life.
Yeah.
The second time I
Yeah,
looked
that's what
at
it
it,
is.
hasn't
Yeah,
changed.
we're
for-
always seeing something different on it every week, it seems like, right, Katana?
Yeah, every,
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen all kinds of stuff, but,
Yeah,
like all kinds of stuff.
We saw it light up when we were, when we found out about that angel, when we were freeing that, was it Dale's angel?
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
and as soon as we started, I forgot what we were doing, but I lit up and this whole tree lit up like the angel was standing right here. And then after we were done, it just faded out, went back to like this. It was amazing.
I've seen it actually cry. I've seen the actual, like the
Oh,
green,
That's
down and
right.
look like tears, like it's crying. So it does change.
Hmm.
So I
So it's
believe
like a
you're seeing
living
something.
tree of
It's
life.
a part of the puzzle and information.
To share with us, so that way we're able to get the truth about it addressed.
Was
Yeah.
he talking about, see, these are stones that look like around a pond. And isn't that what Joseph was talking about? This is
The
like
stones.
trapped under. Yeah, I remember saying something about the
And
stones
see
and then
that-
there's the middle.
It kind of looks like reflections, right?
Yeah.
The lake, the water,
Well, it
looks like reflecting.
yeah.
With the over. The
Huh.
background.
Making me look at it totally different.
It kind of represents it, yeah. Or swamp gas.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, since she's been back home, I've seen many things in that tapestry.
Wow, that's amazing. We're gonna have to incorporate that. Or maybe start taking
It's not
pictures.
it.
Yeah, I don't know.
But now I'm just seeing the ring, pretty much the ring, and I'm seeing the top of the tree mostly.
Joshua is
So-
continuing to work through me. That's
So I'm
what
not really focused on anything else right now. It's just the top of the tree and the ring around it. When I see it.
Do you see the leaves as angel wings?
Hmm.
I think the leaves look like angel wings.
Yeah, and these are supposed to be like auroras. It looks like auroras coming out off the pond. So is it,
It looks like baby.
maybe this is up in the sky?
Yeah, and then I seen like the tree kind of moving. It's separating, like it's not.
It's alive.
Like in the between, not now, but before, I see
Well,
it coming like the part more open.
It's not just an image.
Hmm.
top and the bottom, the roots and the branches are. in the image.
It's just a weird
I said, that's why maybe I was seeing the middle part.
the snake. Because what in Adam and Eve, what
snake.
it was about the snake, right?
It was
The serpent.
Satan.
What Elizabeth's seeing was different trees like we've never seen.
Birds.
And
A bird,
Yeah.
and
that's
that
right, you did
bees are
say that.
really bird,
trees are really.
and we eat bird poop. In honey form, it's so good. That's interesting.
So the roots don't have the birds or the wings, but the top does.
Yeah. I mean, it's very interesting of. Now I'm gonna have to message David and ask him. Yeah. I just feel I want to smack the shit out of some days. If I could reach through the.
These are sizes above us. So it's below.
Yep.
And also, what you see, the branches of the tree, the root system's gonna be.
You're just talking about, just like in picture is that you can see the leaves are, they look like birds to me from here, so you don't have that down below.
No, and the root system, and the root system.
That's true.
Yeah, Halloween.
Things you.
Wait. These look like little earths, all going all around, like parallel earths.
Yeah, parallel earths, exactly.
Well, we
Yeah.
don't fly with you. Oh, so. Because you should make it fly, then you're not supposed to fly like a ball.
I didn't know that either.
Just need to do more reading.
No, what I mean,
Just feel it's worth a session. But you know, stay in your environment, you know.
Yep.
Oh, it's that over there.
Feel like a buffet.
get to eat them.
Use it on the group.
It's after.
Seven. Been fasting.
It's almost 2:00.
Yeah, that's all. Silly humans. Silly humans.
Really.
I'm keeping track of two things that don't exist. Money. Some people think about it too. Tell her you let that go.
Oh, that's fun.
Thank I don't use anybody wanted if there's something like that.
Not even read.
Spray was 60. And one of them specifically is this one.
Yeah. Yeah.
So don't eat, don't eat Cheetos, don't eat anything with outer cheese on it, because they put those under microscopes and there's just all kinds of.
My brother-in-law just recently come back from Ireland, but they're in a hotel, they had little packages of protein. They had little. They had little bags of potato chips and he was hungry and he had the one bag of potato chips and that passed up and down. But the food over in Ireland is completely different than it is here. Yeah,
Poison.
Joe Tramer was in 2 days ago. He's from over by Erickson, and a few years ago, not that long ago actually, he called me one night and he was in a hotel and his feet were in so much pain, he was ready to just take him home. I mean, like he was in absolute pain. And I don't even know why he reached out to talk to me, but he did. It was late. And he came into the shop the other day and I'm like, holy smokes, you're getting along really good and everything. You look good. And he says, oh, Jesus, girl. He said, I went to go see a specialist. And I think it was in either Hastings or Holdridge. And to address the pain in his feet here a little over a year ago. And he said, this guy walked him through everything in this clinic, what they were going to do to address the pain in his feet. Different things. He took him and his wife Nancy back to the office area. And I'm going to tell you right now, your insurance will not pay for what I can do to heal your feet. So you have to come up with $25,000 for me to heal your feet. And he's like,
Wow.
$25,000. And he's like, yep, that's what my fee is to address, and I will fix your feet. I promise you, I will fix your feet. He says, you're gonna think I'm crazy at the beginning of this process, but you're gonna have to agree to come to see me 3 times a week for the next 6 or 8 weeks, and then they would like paper off. But he says, the first thing we're gonna address, and you have to commit to it, is your diet. And it's no potatoes, no rice, and no bread, no wheat. And then he started to go on about the other things they were going to do. And then him and his wife Nancy left, and Joe said, no way in hell am I giving him $25,000. If it is indeed potatoes, wheat, and rice, I can do that by myself. I'm going to do it by myself first before, and if it doesn't work, then I will go give him the $25,000. But I'm gonna try it on my own. So he started on his mission of no those 3 products. And he had called his son-in-law, which works with a potato place out west. And he was telling him about what the doctor said. And he says, I'm gonna tell you, Joe, if you was to see what we put on the potatoes, you would not eat them.
either.
You would not eat them. The applications, it's poison. It's toxic and it's poison. Joe said, week 4, he says, you're not gonna believe it. My feet quit hurting. He says, now every once in a while I cheat and I go to the bar and I have a burger with a bun. And he said, and it comes back.
He talked about that. Potato.
Yes, I remember that. Yes.
Potatoes, rice, and bread?
No bread, no rice, and no potatoes.
They cause a lot of problems for a lot of people, and as far as the symptoms, you betcha. Wow.
That's a
Yeah,
challenge, see if you can get off
yeah,
all
the
3 of
wheat.
those, huh?
Yeah, the gluten is horrible for a lot of people.
Well, that's what him and his wife are now doing. They're growing their own potatoes in their little box.
So it's not the
And,
potatoes themselves, it's what they put on them.
Yeah, yeah.
What about sweet potatoes?
Oh, yeah, and like,
Well, it would be the same problem if you don't grow them yourself. You don't know what they put on them.
You then. They usually goes to the.
yeah, yeah. Peter Dottie was someone.
It's okay.
Right. Yeah.
I wonder if that applies to sweet potatoes. I would assume so because of whatever they use to pesticides and whatever else they put on, but
They're underground, so they have to put it on after they dig them.
I don't know.
Well, they use
Well,
They use them in the evening, not in the day. So, but you have tomatoes too. I've been harvesting mine at night. They taste different.
Because it's a
Because when you
nightshade?
harvest
Potatoes a nightshade?
Tomatoes are nightshade because they taste plants.
Okra.
If you, is okra in too? So if you harvest your tomatoes in the evening, they taste different. Because when you
Tomatoes?
harvest them during the day, it's like a trauma. And you're traumatizing them and they're releasing a toxin
To protect themselves.
to protect themselves.
From bugs that might be flying around and realize where the trauma is at and then infesting on that.
Did you say
Yes.
potatoes or tomatoes?
Both.
Both potatoes and tomatoes, both, because they
Okay.
are
Nightshade,
nightshade plants.
Okay.
be harvested in the dark.
Interesting.
So if you combine all them chemicals.
Right.
Plus that.
Then on top of it,
But the boys get, kind of, not so happy with me because I'm like, come out to the garden.
that's the
They're like-
mosquitoes that infest on you.
they're like, "What if-" I'm like, we're harvesting the tomatoes.
Right? Right? Yeah, it's like overnight camps at night. With a fly. Hey.
So you go the tomatoes,
Hey.
totally different taste.
Yeah, I believe that. I believe that.
They're so good. Because they're not.
They're going into the stage of sleeping or over the night. Yeah.
And they're more willing for you to pick them than during the day, and I never realized that before in my life.
Well, because when the sun is out, then they're wanting to feed from the nutrients from the sun. And so you're like interrupting them into their process of processing sunlight. Right.
That's like enslaving your plants, right?
Right?
And two video so the lady that connects that to that way. And her energy. I knew that the frequencies so different, but
You could buy it, but I.
Richard put it in his home, right? The spot, yeah, started working.
well, Alamir, what me and I think it was the tree video, wasn't it, Diana? That
The what
we was-
video?
The tree video, remember about the trees?
Yeah, the one that we
plants
watched
are-
a couple of days ago. Yeah, the plants are all alive and that they were all the tree spirits and the plant
Yeah.
spirits. We used to interact with them, and they trapped them, and I guess petrified them inside the plants and the trees, and then they cut off all our communication to them until recently, until some, now some of us can start communicating with them, but let's send that video, let everybody watch it, but yeah, he's saying that the tree people and the plant, that everything, well, everything still is alive, but everything was, I guess, alive and conscious until they trapped them. So I'm thinking they probably trapped them in the trees and the plants, just like they trapped us in the avatars.
Really?
I think that.
Just want to put it match up. That's been one, right. That's a good one. You can say it.
Paintings that the gal is with her in their garden.
Yeah.
To be, yeah.
Wonder where the microphone is.
Getting garbled. Yeah, very garbled all of a sudden for some reason.
Yeah, I'm just getting like
Oh,
every
did
other
you-
word.
Timmy has been on this side.
Yeah, I was by our garden visiting.
What?
Did it die?
Oh, Oh, I didn't know.
So, shut up. But, sorry, Katana.
I put it in my phone. It must be your phone, I think.
I think they're getting ready to start ringing the doorbell for trick or treating. I almost forgot about that. I gotta make sure my husband's ready to hand out the candy.
You have a neighborhood thing?
Yeah. They do it the
No.
Sunday before Halloween.
I'm lying.
Both sides of no one else's. It's my. Sir.
Get in here.
I seen it when I first met him. So we're,
Is our mission done then? Or what we were running, that we were running to do today?
Yes. Yeah, Jesus was working at the last step I was doing was Jesus cleaning up the rest of Pizzagate from from Earth, I guess. And wherever it is,
All over.
well,
from all over. He's finished now. Thank you all for your invaluable aid and gifts. Thank you for your willingness to meet and take these actions for the good of all. Yeah. Indeed, it will have far-reaching repercussions for you and others and for humanity overall. And so it is.
I get you.
This aids greatly in the ascension of your vibration as a race. This aids greatly in your survival percentages, your rates of survival in the coming years when the solar flashes become extreme. Know it to be so. There will very likely be other times that need to be dealt with, other events such as this. Yet this was incredibly helpful and beneficial. Thank you.
And apparently only can be done by us, not, they have no way of finding these angels. They just know they're missing. So I'm just incredibly honored that and grateful that
Enough of us came
enough
together.
of us and we figured out what to do. That's not the first time we've done it. We've done it a few times and we're getting pretty good at it. So that's really amazing.
There really is something about the number of 8 people together that have powers.
And once we become light bodies, nothing will be able to get in the way of.
She mentioned the infinity symbol.
And then, well, did you see him doing it? He was doing this for for a long time during that last bit of work that he did.
Oh.
And that's why I noticed that.
Frame for Infinity 8 with them.
Yeah. So I've read some information about what November brings for us. And supposedly some information has been released that CERN, whoever is controlling CERN, is going to release a lot of frequencies that are going to be detrimental to a lot of people everywhere, global people.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, they're already doing it, but they're going to just deliver, sure. In November.
This makes you more resilient.
What you read is written by man.
This made humanity more resilient to such machinations. Resilient.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it's changed because we did this process.
Resilient.
Resilient?
We're going to vibrate with whatever they create.
As you said, resilient. Yes, more. This will continue to be an issue. These detractors, these saboteurs that are trying to keep humanity from ascension, and they wish to be the only ones that survive. They think all of their machinations, all their wily plans will work. Well, we shall see.
I suggest for our next get together, we throw a proverbial monkey wrench into the CERN system.
This would be wise.
Yeah, sounds like a good plan to me.
Sabotage, the word sabotage comes from the Dutch who were losing their jobs to machinery, and their shoes are called sabots. So they would throw their sabots into the machinery and cause it to jam
No,
up. So
that's really actually the word thing?
sabotage
Oh,
is sabotage.
sabotage.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
So let's toss some
All
sabots.
right, we'll have to all show up with our sabos. Gold sabos.
Yeah.
We feel you will be fine through November, but yes, I would ask you to meet again soon. Not next month. Perhaps if you could make time in your busy Decembers, this would be wise. Or they have even worse planned for your Christmas period.
That's what I hear.
I feel like.
And let's also select targets that we would like to, we don't need to limit ourselves to CERN.
No, just see how we're inspired. It will come forth in our knowing if we allow.
Oh,
DC,
Oh, the cell
the cell powers.
the country.
It's actually why expert said that there's going to be a very large depopulation effort in the near future. And
Yes.
she's not saying what that is going to be, but they're predicting a volcano that's going to blow under Italy also, and that it's going to
The-
probably take out a lot of people in Europe.
The water's
So-
already boiling in the
Yeah.
ocean.
Who is saying this?
Scientists.
Scientist? Okay.
It was, all the signs are there. If you want to keep living on a side of on top of a caldera, that's free will. That's free will. But yeah, maybe we could mitigate or release the energy some other way.
That's what he's
I've been
encouraged.
hearing that the volcanoes are connected to the dragons, and that they've actually found large dragon eggs inside one of the volcanoes, that whenever the volcano goes off, that's the dragons coming out, and they're getting ready to, several of them are getting ready to go off pretty soon.
Getting it
How
out
you
in the
get with
wild.
any of that?
I'm getting yes on all that.
Have any of you guys seen the images that were captured of dragons flying on cell phones? There are hundreds of them all over the world. They're amazing. When you start listening to all the reports of people seeing dragons flying at night, my own brother saw one flying through the skies, and he called me and he started asking me questions about dragons. I said, I've encountered them in my healing, and he goes, no, I'm talking about a real physical dragon flying through the skies because I'm looking at one.
Oh, okay. I've seen cloud formations on several occasions. I even took pictures that
Me
looked
too.
just like a dragon.
Yeah, we saw one
And,
a night.
but I
a
haven't
night
seen
ago.
one like that though. I'm looking forward to that.
You should. I'll send you videos. If I had your link, I could send you the
we
videos.
have
There's
it.
so many on China. They're finding a lot in China where you could. It's
post them.
unmistakable. You know and some of these are back from the 70s and the 80s on cameras
Really?
where
Wow.
before they had AI. So
Amazing. Yeah, definitely. Send them.
and they wouldn't be picked up on radar because they're organic.
Year of the snake.
I thought the year of the snake was over.
No.
The year of the snake is 2025?
No. No, because who was it? Somebody was talking about in our group, maybe not this group, but like, and I don't know. Oh, it's Lisa was talking about the snake, the year of the snake.
Oh yeah,
Right?
she was the other day.
Yeah. She's from.
The year of the dragon was 2024, which began on February 10th, 2024, and will end January 28th of 2025. So we've already been past that, so this is the year of the snake and beginning January 29 of 2025 and in. Ends when, I don't know.
Those of you who Those of you who know me know I'm well versed with the possibility of the pole shift we're in the middle of. But Edgar Casey said something fascinating. He said it would occur, the pole shift would occur after Mount Etna erupted, and that's exactly where Italy is. The Mount Etna problem right there. It's right next to it. There's a caldera under it. The caldera is what's worried them, but it's all Mount Etna, all that area.
That's the Antichrist with things that are going on. Pope, this new pope was placed, and he was just issued a white horse. And according to the text that they've changed the Bible to, in end times, the Antichrist will come back on a pale horse. And so, I mean, this is kind of freaky that everything is just kind of knitting together. And what can we expect from the Antichrist?
Well, that's the Illuminati trying to force an agenda. That's the Illuminati trying to force an agenda with the white horse crap. There's a guy that I follow. His name is Ben Davidson. I followed him since 2011, and someone brought up to him the possibility that the horse colors, the 4 horse colors, could somehow be associated with the sun and the pole shift. And he thinks it is. And he went over it the other day. I'd never heard that before. And he said, you've got the white horse first, right? And then you've got, which horse is it? The red one, the black one? You got the gray one last, you got a black one, or is the black one last? Anyway, okay, so the white one, he said, our sun used to be yellow. It's white now. Okay. So that's the white horse. And then the scales adjusted or whatever. And then you've got, it changes color. I know red. Okay, so red is another one. You got black and you got gray. It'll turn red. When the red happens, that's when the solar flare, the massive kill shot comes out. But the sun also goes black. I think black first and then red. The sun will be covered with sunspots. They think, because we don't know how else it could go black. But if it were covered in sunspots, it would look like you're looking at through a sackcloth. That's exactly the way it describes it. The sun looking like it's covered with sackcloth, like a gunny sack.
Looking at a black sun?
Like a gunny sack, like a light covered with a gunny sack. So yeah, it would look like a black sun. And then it would go red, and that's when the explosion happens. And then the gray, the dust, and the right or whatever. But it made a lot of sense to me that is really what it might have been talking about. But again, the Illuminati try and push the agenda. We are way past the time of the apocalypse. Bible code had it coded for the year 2005 to 2012. That's when it should have happened, but we altered the prophecy. Prophecies are made to be altered. That's what we don't understand about it. Like, for instance, Jonah. The story of Jonah. Jonah was told where to go. He didn't want to go. He took off in the exact opposite direction. Ends up going there anyway. And then, so what did God say? He said, Nineveh will be wiped out, destroyed, all kinds of destruction, stuff he didn't have DirecTV back then or Netflix, so who's going to watch the show after he told them what to do, right? Because God's going to destroy all of you. That's what he said. Every one of you is going to die. And then the king said, well, what do we have to do to avoid this? He figured they're not going to do it. Well, this is what you have to do, this, and this. And so then Noah went up on top of a cliff to look down at all the destruction that was about to unfold. And it got really hot. And then so God made this little, I don't know, weed or whatever grow into a tree to cover him, to shade him. So he's still waiting, right? Well, what's going on in Nineveh that it didn't occur? What happened was the king said, okay, starting right now, I'm going to do this. I'm making these changes, and everyone under me will make the same changes. We will honor the God of the Jews, and we will obey, and we will change our ways immediately starting now. So the destruction didn't come. And the apocalypse was supposed to have happened right around there. I could go into it for hours to explain to you. They were trying to push Obama as the Antichrist. I don't know if you've seen pictures of him riding an ass into Jerusalem. His feet are almost on the ground with his shiny shoes picking them up. His legs are really long and skinny. And so they were trying to build this narrative, right, to create this one world government that runs the whole world, but everything came off the rails, and then the timeline's been altered. We're in a timeline that has never existed before, so those prophecies technically don't apply here. Whatever's about to happen has never happened ever. We're creating it as we go. Us are creating it as we go, and that's something that they want to keep pushing the narrative and control it. Because if we believe this crap, then we'll believe it, and it'll become reality, right? So anyway, I just wanted to share that with
It's
you.
their fairy tale and it has to come true.
We are the creators.
Yeah, but they need us to do it.
Well, they're not gods.
They have to do
They can't do it.
So kind of like the 100th monkey, we need to be the 100 monkeys.
Mhm.
Yeah, they want us to be the monkey that
For them.
creates what
Yes.
they're trying to do. So the more we focus on it, the more we put into it,
The more we
the
fear
more
it.
how
And share it with their agenda.
So only share it enough to educate.
But we're
Stop.
doing here right now is completely derailing their efforts. Like those angels were trapped for a reason, because they would help so much in what's coming, and now they'll be free to help us, to assist in what's about to happen.
Yeah.
Woohoo.
Is doing the right thing and we need to put protect
That'd be it.
his whole team. Yes, the close knit team around him. Really working closely with him and protecting him.
I wrote a
Work
book,
awesome.
Katana. Katana has a copy of my book, but in the book, I wrote it because
No AI.
what we were told was not reality, the reality of Christ. And what I learned was incredible. And the biggest thing I learned was directly from the Holy Spirit. It said, if you're intent on writing this book about Christ and about what happened back then, dealing with the moon and other things, that you must find the evidence that he was guilty, that he was arrested
Of
by the
sedition.
Romans, and he was guilty
Of sedition.
of a crime against the emperor. He didn't tell me what it was. The Holy Spirit
I
did
thought
not
you
tell me
said
what it
it was
was.
sedition.
It was sedition, but the Holy Spirit
Okay.
did not tell me what, didn't give me any clues.
Oh, okay.
But so I'm arguing, no, he was the innocent Lamb of God, because I was going to be a priest for the Roman Catholic Church back when I was young, so I knew the whole dogma story. I'm like, well, isn't he the innocent Lamb of God who was, sacrificed for our sins or whatever, died for our sins? And then that's what led me into the Savior God religions, to understand that had been around for thousands of years. The Savior God religion had nothing to do
Same
with him.
as our Bible.
Right. And then I found the evidence that Jesus was guilty. He did it on purpose of a crime called sedition against the emperor. And that's what he was arrested for and put to death for. And he did it on purpose. The trauma caused an acceleration of him becoming the light body, which is 150,000 guys have already done it over in Persia. He was in Persia, those missing 18 years. Anyway,
Well, that was one
he
of the
did in
places.
3 days what we're going to be doing in an instant when the shockwave strikes. But the story, that part of the story was put in there. I did not want to write the second book. I just got fed up with humanity. But I will be finishing it with the assistance of AI, basically telling it to read my book, understand my structure, and then give me the information it needs to complete the last one, and sort of give me an outline so I can just go in there and fix all the changes. But it is so amazing, the real story of what happened. I was one of his disciples. A lot of it was from memory that was downloaded. A lot of it was from remote viewing, and a lot of it was from angels and Holy Spirit giving me the information. And then I had to go and verify. I went and verified everything I saw, remote viewings, anything I thought was a memory. I found the evidence for it. I was glad to it. It's an incredible story. Everyone has asked me, can I create a reference in the back of the book? And I tried to do that, but there's another book similar to mine. Not similar. They got some of the similar stories in there.
Because the research-
Someone told me about it, right? And I said, what? Seriously? I've never heard of this. And they mentioned the word Anunnaki in there once and never explained what it is. But she's got a reference in the back of her book, and it took like 30 pages of references. Mine would take 50 pages of references. And the book's already 484
He's got
pages
it
long.
edited. It's
So it
basically
would be
finished.
500 something pages long if I put the references in the back.
But if he
So-
goes to work on it, he always ends up getting bogged down in changes. And so it's been a challenge. But you were in a different condition the last
Yeah,
time you
I
worked
was.
on it. He's going to get it this time.
Well, I've already got most, all of it written down.
Awesome.
But I want the AI to restructure because they gave me all the information that I didn't have. I had, okay, well, maybe this is what happened. Maybe that's what happened. But now they show me what has happened. And I didn't know this even 2 years ago. I knew Tiamat was destroyed. I knew we destroyed Tiamat. I was an Nephilim at the time. We were ordered to destroy the world that became Earth, the world that was where the asteroid belt is. But I didn't know why. I didn't know why until about 2.5 years ago. And so that'll be in the story.
Yeah. I
Oh,
just
cliffhanger, huh?
can't wait to
Also,
read it.
It was during the galactic
Yeah.
invasion of the reptilians.
Mm.
Because they won for a while. They won for a while.
Joseph,
Yes.
so Joseph, in your new book, then are you going to cover the resurrection and the ascension? Mel Gibson is working on a project right now to do a follow-up of
The Passion.
the Passion of the Christ, and he's going to do the resurrection, and all kinds of people are trying to stop him from doing that. And it was very difficult for him to do the Passion of the Christ, but he's determined he's going to do the resurrection.
Hey.
The Passion of the Christ. The Passion of the Christ is covered in my book, and so is the resurrection and the evidence for it,
Is it the first book?
for having been in the first book.
It's in the
That's
first
already in
book.
the first
It's
book.
already in the one.
I figured that was the most important thing. The other part is about what happened, the creation of man by the ancient aliens and the galactic battles we've been a part of and all that. So the first part's hard enough to believe. Like maybe I just forget about that and not worry about trying to get that
It's in
across.
fiction format, but it's full.
It's like the Matrix or the movie of the Titanic. It's a story and there's another story within it. And that's how I thought, oh my God, I think I could write that. And then the Holy Spirit helped me and showed me the whole layout of the plot. And I thought, wow, that's amazing. Because how the hell am I going to blend Exorcist with UFOs and ancient treasure and the Illuminati and the Anunnaki and the Knight Templar and put it all together and it makes sense and it's beautiful. And I thought, oh, okay, cool. With the resurrection at the end.
I can't wait till
Yeah,
it
you
gets
need
to
a whole
second. Yeah.
series.
Grab it in there too.
This is going to be 2 books.
What, Mitch?
Yeah, it does need a whole TV show series.
It'd be cool. It really would.
Well, Easter Island, and it's funny because Diana, we believe Diana was on Easter Island in a past life as a medicine woman.
She was.
When they discovered Easter Island, they got the short, brown-skinned people that were there, but they also had a very tall, gigantic to them, 12 feet tall, very light-skinned, red-haired, blue-eyed giants that were on that island. And they recorded it, and they actually tried to get one off the island to go with them on the ship so they could bring it back to England. And but they were there, but those have been erased from history. And then those statues, they started digging down and it's the entire body. So how long were they on the island before the island covered them up, by growth or whatever? And there's writing there. It's amazing writing. No one's ever interpreted what it says
What it means.
on the statues. And then the lines
Yeah.
they got in there, they got their pointy chins, right? And they got these lines in there. You know how the Babylonians, they had their beards braided. They were giants. These guys were giants, 35 feet tall, and the humans would braid their beards, okay, because humans weren't very big, and so that's why their beards were braided so cool. But those are braided
Oh.
beards, and the natives have no beards. So where the hell did that come from? Oh, the red hair, they didn't have beards.
The giants.
The giant.
Oh,
They
man.
said Noah was a giant. Noah and his family were giants.
Did you hear that?
And their beard, and the bearded hair didn't look like our beard hair. It looks like this kind of hair. That's why it's
Soft
easy to beard. Yeah, like head hair.
Did you hear her, what she said about Noah being a giant? Have you heard of that?
Noah was specially engineered by the sky people, I guess you'd call him, because his father, Melelech, he saw the child and he said, wait a minute, I haven't been with my wife. How the heck can I have a child? And before the moon came into orbit, the moon wasn't in orbit for a long time. Women didn't get pregnant all the time. It was like animals, they have the breeding season, right? But after the moon came into orbit, then every single month they were able to get pregnant.
Oh,
And that's
wow.
why the humanity exploded. But before then they weren't. So he was wondering, this can't be my kid. He's very light in color. His eyes they look red. And so he went to Enoch, who was his grandfather, and he asked,
Who knows?
what do I do? No, the father, Melech, the father of
The
Noah.
father, no.
Yeah,
okay.
he said, what do I do with this kid? I don't think he's mine. And so he goes, I will talk to the sky people, the Anunnaki, whatever. So he goes and talks to him. He says, do not harm that child. That child will be the father of a new race. And anyway, so that was Noah.
Hmm.
And that's in the Bible, by the way. That's in the ancient Hebrew text. And the books that they found, the book of Melech, that was found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And that can be read now. You can find the book of Melech, and he speaks of, basically the whole book is about the Noah being born, and what is like, this is not my kid, what's going on?
Wow.
Hmm.
He's an outstanding researcher. And this was before AI got to be common.
AI,
Thrown in a lot of bits and
what I'm
pieces.
researching, is like AI can't find it, which I find fascinating.
They haven't been there. Like you have.
Downloading into AI yet, so AI doesn't have that information.
Yeah,
Hmm.
Or even if
Not
they
until
have,
somebody tells it, right?
they can't piece it together. The puzzle pieces don't look like they snap together, but they do.
Until it's downloaded into AI, they do not know how to piece it together to put the puzzles together. But yeah,
Yeah.
and eventually those pieces will be put together, and that's why they're wanting to know our every move.
Yeah,
basically.
disrupt everything.
In ancient
Exactly.
Hebrew, in ancient Hebrew,
Yeah, yes.
in ancient Hebrew, it doesn't say let us create man. It says let us recreate man. You know how they make a cat? They can make a cat have no hair. Well, they can make it glow in the dark too, right? And then they patent it. So hey, that's my cat. You can't breed this cat unless you go through payment for the patent, right? Well, that's kind of what the Anunnaki did. They recreated us in their image by giving us more of the celestial cerebral cortex stuff, and then the
And the
reptilians
prefrontal
modified
cortex.
us by putting the reptilian brain underneath all that brain to be able to control us if we're ever frightened or feel like there's scarcity or feel a lack of resources. Then we're in the reptilian brain, and the monkeys, the gorillas, the chimpanzees, they don't have a reptilian brain at the base of their brain. Only we do. So anyway, when they said let us recreate them, so now they think, oh, we patented, that's our creation or whatever, and then the reptilians modified it. Well, this is our creation, we patented it, we own it, and that's what they've been having to fight spiritually. Like, oh yeah, you have no damn business doing that. So no, you don't. I mean, you do, the body technically, but the soul, you don't control that. You don't own that.
And that's when they turned off all the other strands of DNA and only left 2 on.
Well, they did it in stages because they had to increase the amount of fear that we can have, so we could fear them, and we can die of fear. They increase the amount of love we can have, so that we'd be super loyal to them and die for them. And then they shorten our lifespan because we were too damn dangerous.
So, all right, Joseph, when I did your massage, what did you experience?
Oh my God, I was all over the universe, and I was all over history. I was everywhere.
He's the oldest soul on the
It would
planet.
take me forever to go over each point when you did, but I was like high as a kite when you finished.
Yeah, and he has woken up so
And I was
much.
clearing so much of it too. Everything from the
He
creation of
is
man
to see and
to the
know
galactic
so much
battles
more.
to the reptilians running the world for a time. Those were when you see in the Bible that God was really evil and wanted everybody dead and wanted human sacrifices. You know, they had sacrificed 32,000 virgins to Jehovah God at one time, because they sacrificed one out of every 10, I think it was, and of this one I don't know, country, whatever they destroyed.
Continent.
And these were women, girls that were under 12 years old. They were allowed to keep those because then they could, indoctrinate them. But there were so many, in order to give him his 10%, to give that God, the reptilian God,
Yeah, it
the
wasn't a true
10%.
God.
32,000 virgins were sacrificed, human sacrifice to your God in the Bible, and that's in Leviticus.
That wasn't
I have read it, and I went over it. I said, this can't be right, but it was.
Yeah.
So for a time,
Is that why we still have so many missing? Is because they're still needing that high of a number?
They still have to feed somehow.
Well, they need the child sacrifices. They
They have
prefer
to
to eat the
feed
children
somehow.
because they're they're less contaminated than we are.
It's terrible.
In
That's
my
why they
dream-
tried to.
in
There
my
aren't that
dream,
many. I'm sorry, there aren't that many reptilians left on the planet. A lot of them were arrested, captured, removed, but they have to be removed because they can't escape from the planet. We're under quarantine, and a lot of them were up in the Antarctica, and down in Antarctica, and they've gone deep underground. So there's some there, and then there's a few here. But once the reptilians left, okay, they were the ones running the show. Once the reptilians had to be removed and taken out, the other ones went into hiding. Then let's say the cats are running the show, but the mice, they got their own mice to control us, right? Well, once the cats were gone, then these mice figured we can run the damn planet. And that's what you see in Hunter Biden and Kamala. You see how amazing these individuals are, how intelligent they are. They're incapable of doing what these others have done. So the whole thing is coming apart slowly. Madrone and all those. It's because the reptilians have been removed from power, but there's a few that want power, but they're in hiding. So but the humans are still trying to sacrifice to them. Okay, they can do it anywhere on the planet, and the energy still goes to them. And the sacrifice is very simple. You have the statue of Moloch, which that huge bronze bowl, and the fire burning underneath it, underneath the legs of the seat or whatever. So it's burning the cauldron, the bronze bowl, and then you take your firstborn child and you put it into this thing and burn it to sacrifice to the reptilian. That's in the Bible, by the way. Cause all firstborn to pass through the fire, both human and an animal, so that you will know I am God. And in the Bible where Meshach, Abednego, I forget the other guy's name, they refused to bow, so they were going to be put into the furnace. And look at the words of the king: make the fire 7 times hotter than required to roast human flesh, because that was the purpose of this contraption, to roast human flesh, to roast your baby in there.
It's barbaric.
The clues are all over the place. We just don't
It's
see them.
what Samuel B. Lee has exposed recently about the egregore, but there is true entities that moved away from God and took the name Jehovah and Yahweh that feed like this. They're the ones that required all that sacrifice.
See, when Jesus
not
came,
true God.
and I point this out in my book, the priests were doing temple worship. Okay, there was no temple worship until Moses came in, and then the Levites created temple worship. Before that, Abraham would just put a pile of rocks and worship there, where he saw the angels coming up and down or whatever in the ladder, right? So Jesus, when he says the old wine, you can't put old wine into new wine sacks. He's talking about the original way to worship God. Sorry, you can't see me in the mirror. The original way to worship God and the new way to worship God in temples, you can't put that into the temple, because you can't put it into new wine sacks, because it'll tear through the wine sacks, right? And he was talking about that. And he said, we can all agree that vintage tastes better. Vintage wine, the old wine, the original wine. So Jesus was talking about the original way to worship God in your heart, not to go to this temple, because that was not God they were worshiping. They were worshiping the Anunnaki.
They thought they were.
And he said, no, God is in your heart. He dwells in that. You worship directly.
God.
You're from God. And that was one thing the priest couldn't handle. So anyway,
He was such a threat.
It takes a while to explain that. That's why the book is so long.
Wow.
Fascinating.
That book on Amazon?
It's called Incredulous. Oh, let me show you.
He's bestseller. Before I left Colorado to move here to Texas, I walked into the local library the one that I would go to, and I walk in and they kept all their new releases up on shelves right inside the door, and his book was top and center. It was cool.
So that word is I wanted one word for the title. I love movies that have one word for the title, but I couldn't think of any word that would cover it, right? So I'm driving, because I have a commercial driver's license, and this word incredulous hovered really high, covered the entire highway, both sides, and really big, all capital letters, and it was in red. We tried red, didn't look right. And I could see every curve in the C and the O and the perfect 90 degrees of the E's. It was 3-dimensional. I never thought to take a picture to see if it would show up, but I pulled over. And I'm so incredulous. I go, what does that mean exactly? It's not increíble in Spanish, unbelievable. So I looked through my dictionary in my phone, and it said unable or unwilling to believe beyond your mind's capability to comprehend. So, perfect title.
Oh, wow.
So then, this right here, this symbol, the seal, this is the opening of the door of the tomb of Christ. This is the seal that was on the tomb. This is the string that was broken. Okay. And the seal is the Roman seal. And when I was creating the seal, because we didn't know what it looked like, we were going to get like you've seen the movie The Secret, it's got a red thing there with a seal pressed into it. Right. That's what it was going to look like originally. And we had this coin we purchased. It was a replica. The artist who was doing it for me. And we were going to have the seal made with that replica of the Tiberius on it. Right. So then I was in Connecticut or near Connecticut, but in Pennsylvania at the time, up in that area. And it was a blizzard, Jonah, and it was it was just snowing like 30 something hours. And so we're sending pictures back and forth, and he's sending me images of what color. We tried blue, it didn't look good. We went with red. And then I liked the way the string was on this one seal. And so let's go with that kind of design. And then he would draw the circle. He would draw the circle, and he'd put a little profile of a person. And he got tired of doing that, so he put the coin in it. And I thought, oh, that's it. But he didn't understand what I was talking about. I go, no, that's perfect. We'll just put the coin into the wax. That looks imperial. That looks imposing. That looks like, do not fuck with this. Because if you break that string, all the power of Rome will hunt you down and crucify you. That's why when people were saying, oh, the disciples stole the body, everybody knew there'd be 12 crosses up there with the disciples on it. And there wasn't. It's kind of like the whole Juicy Smollett story where with the rope around the neck, it just wasn't adding up, you know? So people knew something else took place, which is really amazing, but you don't know that because
The average person.
you know, you don't know the history of it. And so anyway, it was fascinating. And that's what's on the cover. And they said, it's not going to look right, like a stone with a seal. And yeah, we don't think it's going to look right. But when it came out, she was like, oh my God, your cover is beautiful.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah.
And then I bet you're glad you didn't use the one from The Secret.
Yeah.
Hey.
And then the next book the Holy Spirit told me is called The Dragon Slayer. And I'm like, I can't call it The Dragon Slayer. Nobody will read it. And then I found out why it's called The Dragon Slayer. So it's a perfect title.
So,
Why
has
is
to
it
do
called
with
the
the-
Dragon Slayer?
Because
Why
of
is
the
it gonna be called-
reptilians. The reptilians. There was one angel amongst all the others, or one individual, one being who the reptilians called the Dragon Slayer because of how many reptilians he has wiped out. And I'm very connected to him.
Yeah, so they think of themselves as more dragon than lizard like.
Yeah.
Ah,
The Draco. The
We
Draco.
think of them as
interesting.
more lizard, but
Yeah.
they think of themselves as more dragon.
Because some of them have wings. The royal ones have small wings.
That's just a lot.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It is a lot, but it's a fun read. It's really a fun read. It's got a lot of adventure in it. One of the main characters
Yeah, it
is
sounds
a
interesting.
retired priest who got out of the priesthood to become a treasure hunter.
And an
And
exorcist.
it goes between the present time of that adventure going on and then the ancient times of Jesus' time.
Because he's out of body doing a remote view, and then something happens in
Yeah, he was a
the
remote
Bermuda
viewer,
Triangle,
he
and he
was.
gets sent back. He awakens in two different timelines. And then being a priest, he knows what's supposed to happen, but it's not happening the way it's supposed to happen. It happens totally different.
So it teaches truth through the back door, just like all these other movies we were talking about.
And the original title I wanted was A Truth for a Truth and a Lie for a Lie. They said, that's a little long, so I'll use it for a chapter.
Wow, amazing. You need to get a
Does it have-
YouTube channel and start telling the story.
I created one and actually started reading it myself, but then I stopped at the 9th chapter.
Mm.
So have you out of body experience? Have you ever done out of body experience?
A little bit. I actually bought the course so I could get out of body, but I haven't been able to do it. And I'm being told right now that it's coming. It's just I have to do a lot of fasting, a lot more. I've stopped eating a lot of junk and
Like the white stuff.
And then I've now recently started with the methylene blue, and we're doing the chlorine dioxide. Now I'm drinking ozone water and basically raising my frequency much higher than it's ever been. I'm seeing her frequency rise up, and it's beautiful. So and other people, they can detect my frequency rising from states away. When we did that work, Katana, you guys did that work on me over there. I had a friend of mine call me, what happened? And I told her some stuff and she goes, no, what happened? And I didn't understand what she was talking about. She could pick up the frequency change in me.
Nice.
We know of a guy. I can't think of his name right now.
See his face.
But he knows how him and his brother, at a certain time of state of their sleep, they would roll out of their body and they would go together to have an out of body experience.
Oh,
Wow.
I think it's
Yeah,
one
so
of his
I'm
gifts. It's just going to happen, but
Corey knows how to do this. Corey,
maybe you could introduce him.
copper bottle.
Oh,
I just-
Yeah.
I
Yes,
love
in
this-
Colorado. Well, he's
I
not
love
from Colorado.
listening to near-death experiences, and I just heard one that was really fascinating. This guy was well documented. He's in Japan. Anyway, when he was little, he said that him and his sister were in the wilderness area, and this rock came loose from the side of a mountain and started rolling down, but they didn't notice it because they're children. They're watching the river and stuff. And then they heard somebody yell, "Look out!" And he looked out as a little boy and he saw the rock coming. So he pushed his little sister out of the way and it just missed both of them barely. And they looked around, they couldn't find who did that, right? So in his out of body experience, he quickly found out that whenever he thought of his sisters or whatever, he would go there. So he went to this time to see who it was, who yelled or whatever, who that person was. And immediately he was there. He saw himself. He saw his little sister. He actually saw the rock come loose and start rolling down. And there was nobody to say anything, so he yelled out, "Look out!" In his soul body, out of body, soul body, and himself as a little boy heard it and pushed the sister out of the way.
Saved them both.
So that's crazy. I'm like, well, which happened first, chicken or the egg?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly what I was thinking. What
Yeah.
happened first?
yeah, that blew his
Dang.
mind. That
How do you
It's
figure that
cool.
one out?
yeah.
Very
There
cool.
are people who know how to do that. There are people that are aware of how to do that. We met, remember
Wait
Ray
about this course.
Ray Ole, we met in Pete's, Colorado, and he was telling how he had a body experience, and he said he wants to learn how to do it again because he feels that if he learned how to do that again, he would be able to find the real answers that we are being sheltered from.
Right. There's a
That's
course.
how he feels.
I'll send it to Katana. It's from the Y-Files. I don't know if you know Hecklefish and the Y-Files, but he covered a thing about a doctor who was working with sound to calm the brain, and he would put like 100 hertz, 100 hertz on one side, 104 on the other, and the brain would pick up the difference and sort of split the brain. So that both sides are listening to the own thing. And he heard like a rushing wind, so it freaked him out. And he took the headphones off. He's laying on the bed, right? This was in the 70s, and nothing happened. And so he put it back on, and he thought he'd try and push through whatever the heck he was hearing. Next thing you know, he's out of his body, looking down on himself. And the rest of the month, he duplicated it, did it 9 times. So he created a course to be able to do this. And they talked about it, and I found the course. And you have to get it on CDs. You can't do it over YouTube because it doesn't have the distinguishing separation of sounds. Yeah.
Distorted.
And so I've got it here and I started doing it. But again, I just didn't have the time. I was frustrated. I slept over 18 hours a day. Well, 16 to 18 hours a day
Toxins.
for over a year. It was just so exhausted, toxins, molds, bunions, all kinds of stuff. So I've been clearing all that. And I'll be doing that again, so I can do that. But I'll get her that information, and you can find out where the course is. And what I did was to get it because I don't know if they make it anymore. I know they do. It's pretty expensive, but you can find it on eBay. Someone who's already done it, and they're trying to sell it. And I bought mine for like $70. It's a 24 cassettes CDs. So anyway, each one takes you through the course of several days to try and so you master it, and then you go to the next one. And each one has like three separate ones on it.
The interesting part about Ray Ole's compared to Corey's was that Corey was in a sleeping state. And Corey said most people that he had met in the past talking about this, that it was mostly a sleeping state. And normally when people first do it, it scares them. Like they might not be able to come back to their body. And so they get frightened about it. But Ray Ole is the first person he ever met that it happened while he was awake. And he was with his dad. He was with his dad in a truck. His dad had a landscaping business.
And he said, I was riding along, it was in the morning, my dad was whistling the happy tune, he always does, because he's always happy to go to work. And he says, just out of nowhere, he's seeing him in the cab of the pickup with his dad, and his dad is whistling. And then his dad looks over to him and he says, Rael, are you all right? And he says, and I could see my dad and hear him, but I was not there. I was out of my body. And he says, and I want to learn how to do that again. But most generally, most people are in a sleeping state, but Rael was in a awake state.
Like
So it was
asleep, awake. Yeah, you're
form.
like in a hypnotizing state where your mind's awake, but your body's asleep. Yeah.
Right,
Our
right.
friend Asha does this all the time, and she invites me to go on things to help her.
Viewer.
So I try and set my mind to help her. And I said, what happened? My dreams are all so weird. And she goes, you were there, you were helping me. And in this one, she described what was going on, these souls we were trying to capture that were just lost in the cosmos and in the astral plane. And that's exactly what I was dreaming about, these weird, like forms of like plasma that we were trying to catch, like almost with nets and stuff to just capture. I don't know why, but that was what she told me we were doing in the out of body was what my dream was. So I don't remember it all very well, but apparently others have seen me leave my body and do things like that. I'll get there. I know I'll get there. I'm just getting there. So.
Hey, Joseph.
But I'm saying that to you.
You've done it for Chris.
Yeah, I've done it. I just don't have perfect memory of it. So, the awareness that, oh, there's my body. I'm over here. Yeah. But I wasn't.
Me and Joseph did it in the healing for Chris. Me and him met together in Chris's Akashic records.
I didn't know that about body. To me, I'm just seeing the way I saw the angels. I'm seeing the Akasha. I'm seeing that I wasn't out of body. I could just project myself there and be there. So I guess I'm
that's
extending.
Out of body.
Oh, okay.
That is out of body.
Okay.
And I used to, but as a child.
Well, you just saw me do it, so I didn't feel out of body. I'm here watching the angels. So. Okay.
Yeah,
maybe
but it is out of body. Because I used to do as a child. My body, I could see my body. And if you take a moment and you look, you could see your body, but then you're going, you're where you're supposed to be. But yeah, you do it more than you realize. The thing is,
cool.
She's right.
Trying too hard to do it. You're trying too hard.
Now, Dan said if you have transmitter wires above your bed, you're not able to do it. If there's transmission wires.
Electrical, yeah, electrical, like dirty electricity.
Wi-Fi's been off for 2 days. Finally, the bill went over, so we just leave it. Right now, we're transmitting off a tethered telephone, but that would also interfere. The Wi-Fi being on would interfere with.
Joseph, you were talking about putting those things around CERN to disrupt it. And what just came to mind was those like orgon things they have called cloud busters. Probably need something like that.
Well, anything you visualize. Being in treasure hunting, when you're dowsing, I'm really good. Well, there's times I'm fantastic at dowsing. There's times I can't find shit. But I found out that there's things called trash thoughts. Okay, so I saw where the remote from my brother. I walked into his house and he goes, "Hey, I can't find my remote," and immediately I start seeing where it's at. It's just glowing like the sun shining. I've never seen that happen before, so it startled me, and I thought it might be in the seat part of the lazy boy, but actually it was behind the lazy boy. I was seeing through it. I didn't realize that. Wow. So I go get my dowsing equipment. I come back and I start dowsing for it, and I get a very strong hit in the car, in the side door of the car. Then I get a strong hit outside. Then I get a strong. See, anywhere, like let's say you lost your car keys and I'm at your house and I'm going to help you find your car keys. I would go to your trash drawer or whatever and look in there, because you thinking I might have left them there for some reason, or somebody picked them up and put them there, you visualize them there. And that thought becomes reality in my dimension of looking for things. And I'll actually go find that thought. And it's called trash thought because somebody created all these trash thoughts. So that's something similar to what we're going to be doing with CERN. we're going to be creating, visualizing the symbols that say Jesus would like us to put there, or we'll ask an angel who knows this information, the image they would like us to put there. We'll put that, we'll cut it into a stone or push it into a stone, and then we'll take that stone and visually bury it near CERN, wherever they tell us to, or inside CERN, because it doesn't have to be there. Once we create the thought, it becomes a reality, and the dimension they're messing with, it interferes with that dimension. So we don't have to actually go there physically.
Okay, I wanted to make a point here. So I used to do videos on Facebook. And one day we was talking about the inner flame of the self. And we was creating stuff in our reality, right? So what happened, we went from Monday to Thursday. And the trash man came to pick up because we had went from this timeline and jumped into this timeline. And there's a guy that comes out of his house screaming at the trash manager, telling him, "You're on the wrong day." He goes, "No, I'm not. You are."
Oh, my goodness.
So we had jumped
You
timelines.
affected your surroundings too.
I affected my surroundings with a 7-year-old girl. And we was doing this, me and her, doing videos for like months. And then we ended up at the trash can talking about our thoughts and trash thoughts. It just showed me. Remember
my
when you did
goodness.
the whole video and talking to the people about recycling and your thoughts recycling, and then we just keep recycling our thoughts. And then that's when everybody on the Facebook goes, "That bitch is crazy." Click. But it was about the trash thoughts, because the trash, it goes out there and then it gets recycled back, and it goes out there and it gets recycled back. And that's the whole looping timeline. And I'm like, oh man, I was so far ahead with the 7-year-old little girl that me and her was in the same thought zone, same idea, same loop, that we had created time to move forward by 5 days.
And that's how Krista distorted a lot of the things with time, because the images she sent distorted time, and their experiments get down to the nanosecond. So if you distort time, all of a sudden the experiments don't work.
Wow.
Makes sense.
So here's a question. Do we need to break any looping timelines from today? Look how bright it is.
Yeah, that's really.
It is bright.
I'm getting no, but I don't have my pen.
You need to break any looping timelines. I get to know also.
Okay,
You
good.
probably already did it with everything we've been
Yeah, I think
talking
so.
about it, and bring it to our awareness. It's just like popping those bubbles.
I think so.
Took the trash out, right?
I'll break the angel with it.
Hey, can I show you guys something about time? This pyramid here, the step pyramid, the one in Mexico.
Yeah.
Okay, it's got 90 steps coming up. Okay, so there's 90 steps on each side, and you got the one on top, whatever, and then the 4 sides is aligned, right? There was a time when Earth had 360-day years. Okay, so those are the 4 seasons. Each season had 90 days. Okay, and of the 390 degrees and 260 degrees, and that's why circles have the 360 degrees and the 90-degree angles. Because I always thought, why not make it 100 degrees to be perfect? We could, 25, 50, and you understand what the hell you're talking about, as opposed to 360 degrees. Because the largest loop was the orbit of the Earth, and it was perfect. And the Mayan calendars have a 360-day calendar, so did the Egyptians. And the archaeologists, they couldn't tell time well back then. I mean, they could do incredible alignments, but time, they just couldn't figure that one out, right? So anyway, when Nibiru came through the last time, 3,600 years ago, it had, during the destruction of Tiamat, Venus was one of the planets of Tiamat. That's all information that's in the second book. But it dragged it dragged Venus away with it. So when it came back the second time, which was 3,600 years ago, then Venus was reintroduced into the system. But Venus was moving around like a comet, doing all kinds of destruction, and the Mayans recorded as having come in 3,600 years ago as a comet, and it was doing too much destruction. So then the extraterrestrials actually took Venus and placed it into its orbit, which is too perfect an orbit for Venus to be in, and the debris around it shows it's too new an orbit for it to be in. But regardless, when that happened, the Boylan frequency or Boyle frequency of the solar system was affected, so that pushed Earth out, and we got the additional 5 days that reoccur in the cycle every 72 days, which is the Mayans said those are out of time. Those days are out of time. That's why we have our 365-day calendar now, because of Venus being put into orbit.
Day here recently or coming up, where they said like every so many years, all the calendars align with each other to the same day. The Mayan calendar, there was 3 calendars they talked about.
Oh, really?
That all of the
Like the
days,
Seven
all,
Sisters?
like
Like the
November
seven-
7th is November 7th on all 3 of the calendars. So many years they realign. And that was either. Right, it coincided with that, but there was,
So
but
this year.
that was. Isn't it? in
Yeah, there-
November, like November 15th?
November 7th.
It's sometime soon.
Well, they
But
all
it's-
realigned on December 21st, 2012. They all realigned. That was very close to the end of time on Earth, when all the destruction, the apocalypse, the end of everything was supposed to happen. But like I said, the timeline's been altered, and we're in a timeline that's never existed before. I got in a lot of trouble for that, by the way. And now there's still some angelics that are upset about it, because a friend of mine who actually is a member of MUFON and has only ever been, there's only 2 people that ever asked to work with people that have paranormal and UFO activity, and she was one of them. But she left MUFON. Anyway, she's been involved in a lot of stuff, and there are angelics coming down and talking to people here about 100 miles north of us in Wimberley, and she's been able to go there and talk to these angelics. And they brought me up, and they were asking about me. She goes, "What do you know about him?" And they go, "What do you mean? What do you know about him?" And they said, "There's something about him that, there's like something that they don't know what it is. They can't explain it, but they don't like it." And she said, "Yeah, I've kind of picked up on that." And I thought, well, we did the clearing. We thought that rage that I had that I couldn't clear from back to the Iranian wars that I cleared. I thought that's what it was, but it wasn't. It's it came to me last night. It's my ability to change the timelines the way I have. They don't like that. Those are the powers of a god, beyond powers of anything they could
That's what I was
ever
saying, you're a
express.
Time Lord.
I changed them, and so that they don't like that, so they kind of want her to be cautious of me. And she doesn't know what it is. They don't know what it is, but I figured out what it was. Oh, that's why they don't like what I'm doing. I literally altered the timeline completely. And these 8 new angels, when they came out, they're entering our timeline. So many the Mandela effect, I believe, is people being brought into the timeline. You know how there's supposed to be even the twin mirrors. You see all the other mirrors, the other images. Those are the parallel realities. On all other parallel realities, Earth was burnt to a like if you leave toast in the oven at 500 degrees for a couple of days, that's what Earth looked like in all the other dimensions because of what happened with Comet Ison. But in this dimension, Comet Ison was removed, and that's where I got into trouble. But it was dismantled with the fleet that I'm part of commanding. And it was now there's more satellites around Saturn and Jupiter. And when Comet Ison came by, it was supposed to be 16 times brighter than the moon. They then dropped it down to 15 times brighter than the moon, but I couldn't see it with a pair of binoculars or a telescope. It just wasn't there because they dismantled it. Anyway, by dismantling it, the destruction that was supposed to happen, the kill shot, the burning of the atmosphere, the ignition, everything, that didn't occur either. So that altered the timeline, and we kept going forward where all the other Earths got burnt. Okay, that was like a nodal point. That's why the looking glass device, they couldn't see past 2012. Everything would start combining and mirroring. They couldn't see past 2012, but our Earth made it through. So humanity is on a path that it has never, ever been on, and there's billions of us, which nothing like this has ever gone through, not with 8 billion now. And a friend of mine she asked me if I knew who, I mentioned this before, who Billy Meyer was. I said, oh yeah, I know Billy Meyer, he's missing an arm. He goes, yeah. Well, he was on a ship, right? And there was a ship that they have, looks like a, if you ever seen Zorro the Gay Blade, that hat that he wore with the little dingleberries on it, it looks like that with dingleberries on both sides, but it's made out of the element 115. And Bob Lazar is famous for bringing attention to element 115. They said it didn't exist, but now it's in the table of the what's that called? The table, the matter table, like with gold, AU, and all that.
Elements or
The element,
periodic table?
yeah, it's periodic table. It's on there now, but very rare, and the entire ship is made of that. And he said that the Pleiadians were given this ship by another race more advanced than them. The ship, being made of element 115, can move through time. Okay, and they used it as a research vehicle to move to the past to see. And they said the galaxy is expanding, but there's times when it's contracting, and then it expands and contracts. So anyway, we're in an expansion phase. And they went into the future, and in one of their futures, they found that there were these beings on these worlds. And the best way I can describe these beings, they're like Jedi Knights, but they have all the capabilities of Christ and all the understanding of Neo in the Matrix. And so it's like one being that has all those powers, and just one being on one planet can stop all the wars just by thinking about it. Okay. So these beings, you know how they don't interfere. Like there's a child playing on the railroad tracks with a toy, and the train's coming, and what do? They send prayers, right? And they send thoughts to the child to move, and that's all they can do. But we as humans, we would run to get that child out. I don't care if it looks like he's Chinese. We would run and get that kid off the damn tracks, right? And even if it means we're almost about to get killed or get killed. And that's what these like beings are like. They'll go onto a planet, they'll stop the wars, they'll start raising consciousness and healing and doing all kinds of stuff. They're like, no, we don't interfere, right? But these beings don't give a shit. They're interfering. Okay, and they calculated there had to be at least 6 billion, and the entire universe is so elevated mentally, spiritually, that they couldn't believe it, right? So they said, okay, who are these individuals that are interfering like this, and where the hell did they come from? There's 6 billion of these damn things, and we can't stop them. So they came back through time, and they came from Earth, and we're on that timeline.
Came from us.
Yeah, we are those people. We are those beings. We are the light bodies. Immortals. Once you become a light body like Christ said that's what we're going to do. And that's what my book is about, the shockwave that's coming, where it's coming from and why it's causing it. And once we become these light, see, they said when Jesus was the light body, oh, he was a ghost, right? They were seeing a ghost. A ghost doesn't sit down and have dinner with you, okay? He didn't open the door, he didn't come through the door, he knocked on it, because you're supposed to open it, right? But he could have walked through the tomb, because he walked through doors. He did walk through doors. They mentioned that. He could have walked right out of the tomb. But then somebody would have to broken that string to see inside, see if it was empty. So the angels rolled back the tomb. That's when he came out. Okay. So when he was able to teleport, he was over in one town with Cephas, Peter, and the cousin of Simon. So he was there, and then he teleported back to Jerusalem. That's in my book. And because they had to run all the way back, but he was already back with them. And so people were seeing him alive everywhere, right? And in the story, Pilate is really concerned of what the gods are going to do to him for what has happened. And in the story, he tells them, look, if you're accused of having murdered someone, and yet people a few days later are saying they sat and had dinner with him, they saw him, they will swear on their grave that they were with this person, could you be held accountable for the murder of that person? The answer would be no. So consider yourself forgiven. It's not going to happen. You're going to be okay. Anyway, so he could do all these things as a light body. He could change his appearance because they couldn't recognize him. And when he goes through the door, what I found out about the door, where they show him on the, there's this meme where Jesus is knocking on the door, right? And he says, open the door. You've all seen this picture of him knocking on the door. And he says, open the door. From the inside, he goes, why? It was because of what I'm going to do to you if you don't open the door. And anyway, they had to open the door from the inside because there was no handle to open it from the outside. The old doors, the doors of these villas, somebody had to be inside to open it for you. There was no doorknob on the outside. So anyway, that's what that represents. But yeah, you couldn't be a ghost. And like Thomas, when I said, how do I get around the story of Thomas touching him? And I found out, oh, that was to prove, because my character in the story is Thomas. He, in time, he has to prove that he's real. So he put his finger through the wounds, and to not doubting, but to verify for future that he was real, that he was solid.
Yeah.
See, what we've been told has been just like Mary Magdalene. Mary Magdalene was called a whore forever, right?
Right.
And the list of women, Mary Magdalene is first when they say, and there were women who were there at the crucifixion, or there were women who followed him, and Mary Magdalene followed him, and then Mary, his mother, followed him, and they go on and on and on, right? There's 8 of them usually. You cannot, in their culture, like the Taliban it's a lot like their culture was, you cannot put the name of any woman before the name of his mother unless it's his wife.
Mm.
And see, we don't know that. And you cannot be
Wow.
older than 20 years old and not be married, because you're considered a curse of God, and the priest would have brought that up.
Really?
That is definitely written into their law. You have to
So
be
was
married. by
Mary
the age of 20.
Magdalene the 13th disciple?
Technically, yeah, she was also his wife.
The divine 13? They only talk
Oh,
about the
yeah.
12, the males.
Yeah. She was very knowledgeable. She was she wrote a gospel. I mean, she was the one who held the because she was the tribe of Benjamin. When Caleb and Joshua came back from Cana, and they brought back those grapes, those were not grapes. Those are called the blue apples. Okay. And that gets into the whole Rennes le Chateau stuff, and they covered in the book. But these blue apples, I found out through bits and pieces. There's not much out there on them. They come from the center of the legend says they come from the center of the galaxy. I'm like, how the hell did they get them from the center of the galaxy? Well, anyway, I found out. But if you have one of these, you hold it in your hand, and you've seen the stargates. You've all seen these gates. They talk about these portals where people could teleport from one place on Earth to another place, right? And it's like a carving into a wall, like a door impression. You stand in there, and then you teleport, right? You've heard this. You've seen this on Ancient Aliens and stuff, right? You have to be holding one of these in your hand. They look like about the size of a pool ball, a little bit bigger, and their color is cobalt blue, a little bit darker purplish, and they have like ribbons of light that move across them the way sunlight shimmers off the water onto a ceiling. Okay, that's what they look like. So you hold one, you stand in the portal, you think where you want to be, and you're there. Except they don't work anymore, because remember, Earth was working with a 360-day cycle, and when that got pushed out, the gates don't work anymore because the frequency's off. Okay, but if you had 3 of those. You could do anything. You'd be like God. Whatever you thought in your mind would happen. Okay. And in Jesus, when he raised Lazarus, when you get to Rennes le Chateau on one day, January 17th, you would see 3 blue things on the wall, 3 blue reflections from this glass painting, a glass window, which is the resurrection of Lazarus. Nobody knew how the hell that happened on that one day. You would see these 3, and they were called the blue apples. Okay, but only on that one day. And the mayor of Rennes le Chateau actually covered the window so it doesn't happen anymore, so you can't see it. But that was the day that Lazarus was raised. January 17th. And Jesus had 3 of these. Mary Magdalene gave them to him to use, right? And so he would have had 3 with him, and when he told Lazarus to wake up, to come out of the grave, and so he would have come back to life. And in several of the images within the catacombs of Rome, you've got these beautiful sarcophaguses, and they're engraved, and they show Jesus with the raising of Lazarus. It's all engraved, right? And he's holding a wand like Harry Potter, and on the end of the wand are 3 bolts, like the clover leaves of the deck of cards, where you got the spade and you got the clubs, and it looks like that. So that's what that's about. But you would know that,
Wow.
right?
Wow.
Yeah, and
Wow,
these
where do you get these balls at?
from you, they got to cut your head off and take them out.
Oh, okay.
So what happens is, yeah, I found that out. Remember, you've heard rumors that Obama signed an executive order bringing in 13,000 guillotines to America.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were here. I remote viewed them. They look like a large, you know, those large TVs,
That's
those
what they were
56-inch
gonna do
TVs.
with us?
Yeah, it's like a large 56-inch color TV kind of. It's only about 4 inches wide, thick, or whatever. And you put your head in the middle there, and then these 2 scissor like blades would come across and remove your head. But if they ran out of power, I don't know if you ever done trap or skeet, but you got like a pole you put in there and you crank it back and then you can release the lever so they could operate with it without electricity. So that's what they were going to do. What happened though, I found out, was that we're in a different timeline. It wouldn't have worked in this timeline. We're in a different timeline. If you go to Acolyte's Quill, it's on YouTube. I go into it. It takes over an hour to explain very quickly. We're in a different timeline. The original timeline of the apocalypse, Kennedy was not killed. Okay, they had to allow Kennedy to be assassinated so they could take over. With their looking glass, they saw that Kennedy becomes president and he rules for 8 years, and they eventually take the Peace Corps and fund it more with, like he said, because Kennedy said, do you imagine how many clinics and roads and wells we could dig and build with what it takes to build one aircraft carrier? And so he wanted that military funding to go to the Peace Corps. So it did a little bit. And then when his brother, John, took over, John F. Kennedy, Bobby Kennedy, he carried it further and it got more powerful. And then by the time Martin Luther King became president, then it was global. And by then, so many children, because that's the second language, when they created the schools, they taught them English as well. So now you got an entire planet that can speak one language if they wanted to, okay? And you got all kinds of peace all over the world. Not as much as you'd like, though. But on September, it was the month of October. It was 1983. I remember that people were upset with Russia because they shot down a plane, Flight 707 out of Korea. And the CIA had planted cameras underneath that flight, so the Russians just got tired of that shit because they'd done it 5 years earlier. So they just went in and shot it down. And what happened was on the 25th of October, at one of their installations in Russia, all their equipment, all their alarms started going off because they saw 5 incoming ICBMs. This was an early warning station, and they saw 5 incoming ICBMs. In that timeline, the timeline of the apocalypse, Russia fired their missiles, okay? And they hit the U.S., but the U.S. hadn't fired any missiles, so they were like caught off guard. What happened after that, they said, okay, we need to bring together a one world government where we do away with the nukes, we need to do this, blah, blah, blah. You know how they create a problem or never let a problem go to waste. And then the people agreed, but they said, well, America's doing so amazing, everybody's thriving, let America run the country, run the world. So everybody was happy with it, and America became a one world order, a one world government, right? So these guys figured, and that did happen, by the way. However, in our timeline, I remember, and in our timeline, they actually made a movie about it. The Russians did, and it's in my book. But this guy, I think it might be my second book. I know I covered it in the videos. This Russian guy, he did not fire the missiles, and he was a lieutenant colonel. He got into a lot of trouble, and they asked him, and he almost got court-martialed, but he got in a lot of trouble. And they asked him, why the hell did you not fire the missiles at the U.S.? You saw 5 incoming ICBMs. He said, yeah, I know there's a lot of hostility. We shot down one of the airliners. They were upset about it. I get it, but if the U.S. was going to launch a preemptive strike, they would fire far more than 5 missiles. So I thought it had to be a glitch, and that's why he didn't fire it in this timeline that we're in right now. So anyway, we're in a different timeline, and in this timeline, well, when they saw with the looking glass, these guys are going to be president, this is going to happen, why don't we have them all assassinated, and we'll take over from this point. The problem is that in that timeline, the whole world was thriving. There was peace. There was free energy. There was low fuel costs. There was lots of food. Okay. But these dumbasses think we'll take over. We'll put our boot on the back of their neck and we'll have a one world government. Like, no, dumbass. You have to, if we're thriving, we'll gladly give it to you. But if you got your boot on the back of our neck, we're going to be suspicious. Anyway, just long story short, there's a lot my videos on Acolyte's Quill. They cover a lot of this. That's what I created the channel for on YouTube. And that's where I started reading my book also.
Thank you for all that.
And I will be doing it again, raising my energy to try and get covered. And so I cover a lot of that. I cover the galactic wars. I cover the reptilian invasions. I cover the moon being artificial. I ask, can Jesus tell a lie and show you that the Bible is wrong? And if you believe it's right, then you have to believe Jesus can be lying his ass off. So anyway, that's It's really fascinating, some of the stuff I covered in there. And I speak way too slow. Everybody says you're talking way too slow. 'Cause I keep told, like right now, I'm talking way too fast. But I can cover a lot of information. So they told me, my sister said, stop doing that. It's so annoying. I have to speed up your video just so I can hear you normally. So I'm like, okay, I'll do it the way I normally do it, because I get excited and I go into all the information.
You definitely see you reliving it and your passion for it.
Yes.
They want to know if you know the healing codes.
Biological apocalypse.
Biological apocalypse.
What about it?
There we go. Do you know of that book?
I know they gave it in a shot to a lot of people and they lined up for it. And that pretty much fulfilled apocalypse. I mean, in the apocalypse, it says, if you don't take this, then you won't get a job. You won't be able to hold a job or buy food. And they did try to push that. And I can't believe how many dumbasses stood in line for that thing. But they've already tried it, and it did kill a lot of people. And we did a lot of work to nullify a lot of that work. But I do know one thing for sure. I was going to do a QHHT session to try and find out when the shock wave strikes, right? But the guy, and he was he was a researcher to the point of being anal retentive, way beyond anything I am. And I gave him the information to please study the shock before he took it, but he went in and took it anyway out of fear. And then he couldn't breathe long enough to carry out a 3-hour session. So I wasn't able to get my session. Elishan here, Betty, did get the session with him. I did not. And we were talking about this, and he said, I did find something fascinating. Now you're talking about this problem that I might have. And he said, there were 3 people that I was doing a session on before I took the shot. And I could not, no matter what we did, no matter what kind of hypnosis technique I tried, or how long we tried to do it, they could not connect to their oversouls. Right? And he said the only thing they all had in common was they all got inoculated. They all got the shot. And that's exactly what it does. It changes your DNA, and your DNA is your Wi-Fi antenna to source.
That's the first thing I heard about it, was that it disconnects you from source.
Because
it severs your connection with source.
If I were to go up on your roof and just fuck up your antenna that's up there, back in the old days, you wouldn't be able to get reception. That's what they did.
Wow.
Voluntarily. And I told her, I said, look, wait a minute, this might be an amazing thing, because okay, their consciousness, the consciousness of these people are afraid and believing this bullshit, they are muddying up the waters of our consciousness. But if they voluntarily go and get the shot and die, that benefits us, because now they're out of the gene pool, they're out of the system, they're out of the consciousness field, and the frequency has to go up.
This book, this Healing Codes for the Biological Apocalypse, that guy, the 2 guys who wrote that book, they're pretty much explaining like you are how it's fun for the.
It's in the other.
It's in the computer.
I'm in the middle of reading that book.
Oh, you're in the
It's
middle of reading that?
Yeah, and I've had listening to the audiobook. It is.
Here.
I've had to put it down so many times. It is so heavy.
I'm gonna. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead and talk. Go ahead and talk, Katana.
I sent it to you. I sent it to you on your.
Oh, Katana sent it to you. She sent it to you on your deal.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't have time to read too many, but I can go on YouTube and ask somebody who's read it, and they can break it down for me, summarize it. There's another one that has to do with cycles of the yuga coming to fruition, and that one's amazing too, because that's exactly what's happening. The end of the cycle of the yuga, the last one, the dark one, the age of iron. Yeah, the age of iron. It's about to be dawn. It's the darkest. It's always darkest before dawn. So we're in that age where dawn's about to happen. And in the book, it explains what the hell the dawn is.
Yes, I'm recording on. Yeah, I was. Yeah. Okay, Jennifer has something to say.
Oh, well, I was just saying that book, it does a really good job of explaining all this corruption through the years. It's like all of us are already aware of it, but this guy does a great job and talks about his journey and stuff. So, and I'm like you, Dan, I have to listen to it when I drive, because I can't, when I go see my daughter 2.5 hours away, then I listen to it. And then
I love audiobooks. That's why I started reading my book.
Listening to it.
That's why I started reading my book on there. It's not a lot harder than it sounds. Yeah, all these mistakes I have to keep pausing and repatching. But then I tried to do something different on chapter 10, and that's where I got kind of like, this is a lot harder than I thought, but I'll see what I can do. Because I was going to put a short clip of a video of the assassination of Kennedy. I managed to obtain a short 4-second clip of the video of where they shoot him, and you can hear you can see the car slowing down. It's from the other side, the Nix video, and the Nix video has sound. Okay, the original has sound, but when the FBI gave it back to him, it didn't have sound. But somebody managed to squirrel one away and release it secretly. So this little part you hear, pow, 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 and then where the wheels peel out and he takes off. That was no, bolt action rifle. That sounds more like a firing squad. But I put it into the book, so I want to leave it there if I can into the audio. So I was asked by my publisher if I could redo some of the book if I wanted to, and then re-release it as an upgraded edition. So I thought, well, that's a good thing because I got a lot more information I could add to the original one, and then continue with the second one. So, and I've gone through it. I read it all, and I put all the cool new pieces of information I wanted to add in there. So when it gets re-released, it'll have all that in it. Oh, Oswald did not shoot Kennedy, by the way. There were like 4 other shooters.
Sounds familiar, huh?
Yeah. Well, this guy, he got shot in the back of the head here. He, Kirk, you can see from this side, they're filming right from the looking that way. And you can, when the guy does his hat thing, does this and taps the shoulder, the shot goes off, right? But you can see a flash in the window. And I'm in the Marine Corps for a year and a half. I love this work that I was doing because I love shooting. I was a marksmanship instructor for the Marine Corps for a year and a half. I'm the guy that trained the snipers, okay? I could have had it in my record book, and I thought, no, because if somebody gets sniped, they're going to be looking for that in the record books. I don't want it in there. And so the shot goes off, and then you can actually see the bullet coming from another slide because the video is pretty quick. And then when he gets hit here, other guys do the research. I just looked at it. When he gets hit here, his hair's like up here, right on his head. When he gets hit here, the hair immediately goes down, his head goes to the side, and you see a splatter here. And the next one, you see the skin pulling. The bullet hasn't come out yet. That's an exit wound, by the way. I know what they look like. Exit wound. And then so much vacuum that the shirt gets pulled up. All right. And then he falls back and his hands are like this. And when your hands are like this, not a fist, it's just weird. I'm trying to get it for you in the camera like that. Okay. When your hands do that, that lower part of the brain has been disconnected from your body and your hands automatically do that. 2 film, I don't know what you call them, pictures, two slots into the shot. One-tenth of a second, he's already like that. So he's falling back like that. And that means his brain's disconnected. He's dead. He's not alive. I know there's got all kinds of rumors going on. But it was Mossad who took him out because he was asking too many questions about what happened on Israel 2 years ago when all these guys came over the wall and all this crap they did, how they were able to do that, because it should never, they allowed it to happen so that they can get sympathy for Israel, they can get more help and all that other crap. And he was bringing too much attention to him. They told him to shut up. And he actually stated, if I get assassinated, if I get killed, it'll be because of Mossad. Mossad will do it. And it has all the signatures of Mossad.
He knew it was coming.
Yeah. And the FBI will not say that is an exit wound. And so I have my credibility on the Trump administration just went in the toilet because I know what my lying eyes are telling me.
That's what it looks like to me, and I'm not experienced at all.
Yeah.
And I've heard other people say that was definitely, and that makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, because you can't get hit here, and then the damage is up. Like he would have to get shot through this part of the face to hit that part of the brain, that part of the vertebrae.
Interesting.
By the way, as a sniper, that is where you want to hit because it turns them off like a switch.
Wow.
The sniper they have is he the true sniper or is it with somebody else?
No, he's a patsy. They think he had an exploding round that he would have fired if he did fire around. Because, okay, when they show you the picture of him running off the roof, why don't they show you him shooting and dismantling the rifle and then running off the roof, right?
Mhm.
They don't show you that.
Right, why they only have those few seconds, exactly.
Yeah, yeah. And then he's texting, and then this one guy that I follow, he's pretty funny, but he said, I've been hearing that people are asking AI, is it possible this kid could have done it, and what would be the reasons he didn't do it? And then I just kept going and going. How much time do you have? You know, it's like,
Uh-huh.
for the
That's
reasons
like
he couldn't have been a
used.
shooter. Yeah.
Right, right.
So one guy, when they go up on the structure, they've got a trapdoor on the table. They've got the guy in behind it giving signals with his hand. They've got another guy in front of him, goes like this.
But yeah, I've seen that where he goes like that with his, yeah. Oh, he goes like this, like that,
You know,
right?
and somebody-
Yeah, it looks like it's pulling a switch or
He
pulling
said
a
that maybe-
spring.
No, there's a special gun that goes in your in here, and when you squeeze, it fires around. But
Oh.
I don't think he would have been accurate enough to hit him where he got. And he did get hit in the back of the head, so he's shooting from the front, and that's an exit wound. So I don't know if he even hit him or what the hell that was about. But I saw that. Yeah, it was like, holy shit. Yeah, I know what that is.
To start coffee hour.
Also, from where the kid is, he's up 4 floors up, right? And he's further back, about 156 feet or whatever. Well, anyway, Charlie Kirk was sitting up kind of high because he had like this table in front of me, his desk. He had a table there, and then he had another step down where the books were and stuff. And so he's sitting up inside the tent. The tent's got a lip on it, and so from that height, the kid would have seen this. It would have been blocking his headshot.
Mm.
Yeah.
So there
Ah,
should be a
good
hole
point.
in there should be a hole in the tent, which the FBI hasn't pointed out yet. They kind of missed that detail.
But you hear the latest evidence now, and I've seen a couple of people running with it, is that during July, starting in July, but in particular these 1 or 2 dates in July, somebody from DC and in Israel was Googling Tyler Robinson and several other players that are involved. I mean, all these people, Tyler's roommate, and then a few days before it happened, it was the same thing between DC and Israel. They were looking up, they were Googling the name of the coroner, the new one they brought in, all this new information that they were looking for. They were looking at, somebody was looking up all these people that just happened to be there months before and a few days before. So I think that's very suspicious.
I'm trying to find this photo. I don't know if you heard of it. I retook all the pictures so I could redo it, but I've taken so many pictures since then. Give me a second here. There was a book published the day before Charlie Kirk got shot on the 9th on Amazon entitled The Shooting of Charlie Kirk, gave the location and everything, but it was
Right, I
published
almost forgot
on
about that.
the 9th.
Nobody questioned that
Timeline
person?
thing.
The FBI never went and questioned them. Never brought it up. No, nothing to see here, folks.
Are you familiar with the movie Snake Eyes? I watched it, but there's a correlation between Snake Eyes and the
Oh,
guy.
yeah.
So,
The
I mean,
names.
his name is
Charles Kirkland.
Charles Kirkland, and
He was shot on the same day.
they were shot on the same day by a person by the name of Tyler. Or one of the boxers was Tyler.
Yeah.
So yeah, everything's
Many
kind of
coincidences.
they have it all planned out, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
What
it
about
looks like
exploding microphone? I've heard that theory too.
What about what?
the
An
microphone that exploded
micro-
under his shirt?
Oh, it went this way, but that was when the vacuum pulled up on the shirt.
Mm. Yeah, some people thought it was an exploding mic.
Oh, no, the shot was from here. Here, look, I don't know if you can see it, but okay. Right here when he gets hit. Okay, I got 2 photos here. This is right before he gets hit. Okay, he's talking. And then right when he gets hit, his head tilts and you see that splatter. It's hard to see. You see
Yeah.
that little line moving vertically,
Yeah,
kind of an
yeah.
angle, that's splatter
Yeah.
coming out. And then, hold on. Here, the bullet is pushing out of the skin, but hasn't come out yet. Okay. And here, the bullet exits, and then the shirt comes up.
Wow, never seen those pictures before.
What about, there's no blood spray behind him or on anybody that was surrounded by him?
Yeah, that's weird too.
It came from here.
Anything
and exited
arterial, it's actually
here.
going to just go boom.
Right,
know?
but they said no. According to them, it magically turned like Kennedy's bullet and went up and hit the number 2 way up here. So that's why there's no exit one, according to the coroner. Bullshit.
Oh yeah, that and because he's Superman, right?
Yeah.
Bones of Steel.
Okay, so here's the book, the shooting of Charlie Kirk, and the date on the 9th.
Wow. Wow.
It's got the shooting of Charlie Kirk, a comprehensive account of the Utah Valley University attack, the aftermath, the day before release. And I published a book. You don't do it in one day. It takes you a while to put everything together. It took me months, years, but they would have taken weeks, months, whatever. And then it comes out the date. Right. And the FBI never mentioned it. FBI never questioned it. That's why with this administration, they're in the toilet like the last one was to me. And I'm not sure what the hell to make of them anymore. I really am not.
So why do you think they put that book out the day before? You think they're playing with us?
They're just saying how stupid you are. How stupid are you?
Yeah. Wow.
Don't believe your lies. Believe our narrative.
Got his apartment. Trump's daddy.
Oh, really?
Oh, and Nicholas.
He was working for Feds at the time.
So Trump's dad.
So you trust him? He can stuff anytime.
Why not? Okay, Jennifer's got something to say here.
Has anybody actually seen? It's the day before Charlie was killed, but did anybody screenshot it on that day?
Wait, what? Which one?
That it was published on that day.
It was an audio book. It was an audio book.
I know, but could you physically purchase it? Did anybody prove that you could physically?
One person purchased it and they took it down immediately.
Day before?
But it was what's his name? Alex Jones who screenshotted it. So yeah, I know. But it was there. The records show it up to 3 days later, it was still on there, and they wouldn't selling any more copies, but somebody had bought a copy, and up to 3 days later, it was still there before they took it down. But the record specifically, when you went into the record to look, it stated it was the publication release was the 9th. And then there were two other books. There were 2 other books released on the 10th.
Yeah.
With the record, but it's an electronic record that can be
Also entitled "The Shooting of Charlie Kirk."
Weird.
When Cash Patel talked after the fact, he said, "Charlie, we will see you in Vahalia." And supposedly Vahalia, it's an island. It's called some remote island that's called Goat Island. That's a witness protection.
Well, unless somebody explained to him to have your hands like this when you're falling back immediately, that could be true. Otherwise, that is a sign that that brain has been disconnected. I thought about that. That's the only other way you could do it. But his head jerks so fast and his hair goes way down like this that, okay, I mean, I don't know if I could jerk my head that fast like that. I think it was from one screenshot to the next. So being a sniper myself. I was on a show one time and they asked me, do you have a problem? Do you ever have problems sleeping or whatever? Because they were telling me about that Moab that was dropped on ISIS or whatever. I said, well, I know they dropped a Moab in the desert and it looked like a nuclear bomb going off. Actually, it was more powerful than Hiroshima or Nagasaki, but I didn't see what was on the target. I didn't see what was on the ground. So it might just made a waste of it, just a show, dog and pony show for your benefit. But you're asking me, am I having trouble sleeping at night. I said, I was trained for 3 months, brainwashed and conditioned to kill on command. What part of that don't you understand? Because I don't have a problem when I go to sleep at night if I have to shoot somebody. So, when
I
Trump
don't
was
know.
shot,
I don't think we want to end it right there, but.
remember when Trump was shot and you got that one sniper behind him up here on the corner on the pointed building, right? He stated, and he came out publicly and stated, I had him in my sights for 2 minutes and 30 seconds, the sniper, but I was ordered to stand down from the highest levels.
Really?
He did not take the shot. He did not take that kid out. And the nest behind him, the tree was in the way. It was another nest 340 yards away that took that shot.
Well,
That guy
seems to
was
be
not
their
allowed.
MO.
He was not allowed to shoot. They wanted him dead. CNN was there to film it, and CNN never covered any of his outside stuff. He was supposed to die, but he turned his head, and we think a walk-in happened with Kennedy or something because he's been a little bit different ever since then, not as rough around the edges. But no, immediately I felt the shift in the timeline because he should have died.
Oh. Oh, interesting.
They set it up. I mean, come on, one of the Secret
Yeah, can
Service
we end
agents
this?
Yeah, it
Was-
totally
was-
was not random.
was breastfeeding at the time. So it's like,
They're probably tired. I'm tired.
anyway, I'll let you guys go.
How's Andrew?
I could go on for
Is it
hours.
a housing
One time,
fire?
my friend Asha, she goes, I said, I don't know if I can go on for 5 hours because they had me interview 4 different times for 5 hours at a time. And I said, I don't know if anybody would listen to me for 5 hours. And they go, she said, I can listen to you for about 9 hours. I'm like,
Yeah, you definitely have a lot of information there. A lot of information
Yeah,
I've
and
never heard before.
And my memory is really, really impressive. And as I'm clearing, I'm getting more of it back. My sister Rachel, she was salutatorian. I didn't give a damn that much about school, but she was salutatorian. I never saw her bring a book home ever. Her lowest grade in high school was a 98 for forgetting her shorts to PE. And there's a book that's given to the president of the 400 smartest kids in the country. She was in that book. We got a copy of it. It's leather bound. So anyway, my niece, my one of my nieces, once asked my grandmother because she had to work where we were working, and she said, "Grandma, is our family really that intelligent, or is everybody just so incredibly stupid?"
That's good. It's for you. I've been listening, but I was over the
They're a
rest.
little both.
Yeah.
Mm. Well, we're all waking up now. Got to be smart to get through what's coming. Or at least willing to try.
Is there anything that we need to do to kind of stop the mayor thing in New York? Or maybe the thing we did today help clear that up?
What clear what up?
That
Let's-
Madani or
Communists, they're gonna elect in New York City.
Oh no, God! I hope they do. I hope they do. I hope it goes to shit. I'll show them where the handle is in the toilet because they're already in it.
Oh, Joe.
No, it needs to go to shit.
That's
People,
kind of my thought,
people need
too.
to wake up. People need to wake up. They need to wake up out of their. This is rattling their stinking cage because they're not waking up. This will wake them up, just like the last administration woke a lot of people up. These people, it's what has to happen. It has to happen because they don't want to wake up
People need
too
to come to the
complacent.
prison. All their own
You
wardens
can pray for them.
and
You can pray for them, but I'll vote for the guy myself if I can. I'll drive up there and vote for him. You don't need an ID. I don't need an ID. I can just drive up there and vote for
Oh,
him.
Joe. I'm down.
That's what she gets. She gets a big kick out of me. Goes, stop doing that. Like love and peace, kumbaya. I'm like, no, God, please kill him. I'm like, God, please kill him already. Like,
She's like, "Mom, no, yeah."
I'm down.
Okay, here's the thing, after things, what we did today, will that change? The thing, the whole thing in New York? No.
I got
apparently
no.
not.
I got no.
Is it supposed to happen?
Is it high? It's good for it to happen? I got yes.
It's high, it's good
Yeah.
for it to happen.
That's what you got.
Yeah.
It needs to happen.
Some things you can't stop, right?
Yeah. That is their phrase, isn't it? Nothing can stop what is coming.
Some things.
Depends on what they're talking about, but nothing can't be
Pretty
changed.
much.
Bye, nice meeting you.
Wait, guys.
Oh, Joe wants
Still
to,
there?
Joe wants to
Love
show
you,
you something.
Yeah, hold on. When I restart my show, this is how I'm gonna end it. We
Can you say something?
we who are about to die salute you to God because they're enjoying the show.
Oh, wow, what is that one from? That looks like a Viking.
That's from the movie Gladiator.
Oh,
You know when they're down
okay.
when they're down in the Coliseum and Caesar's watching. Well, to me,
Yeah.
the angelics and God is watching. So I'm like, we who are about to die salute you.
We're going to a Halloween
In other words,
party.
enjoy the show. It's all about to come
fun.
apart.
A lot of people feel that way, though. All right. Well,
That's right,
thanks,
Rob.
everybody.
Thank you.
Okay.
See you next time.
So grateful we came together.
Yes, me too.
Yes, I'm so happy. I'm glad we
Oh,
did some good.
I will send that video to Katana and she can share it with the other guy, you other guys about the white files on how to get that information to be able to get out of body. And
If you're interested.
Oh, yeah.
And then I'll also send her one of my videos from my Acolyte's Quill so she can share it with you guys. The one about the timeline. It's about an hour long. It goes into a lot of detail.
He had a lot of fun sharing that stuff, you guys. Thanks.
Nice. Well, I'm gonna enjoy listening
Thank
to
you.
it. Thank
We
you.
enjoyed it.
Love you all.
Love you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. See? That's
Yeah, I
like.
could too.
I finally just had to lay down for a bit because we didn't sleep much.
Yeah.